Mobile infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh, baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
All right, everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, Season 3, Episode 60. We got a lot to bring your way, including an extra guest who will be here in a little bit in Shadow Fox Infinite, so he'll be chiming in here in a moment. We got a lot to talk about today, though. Tons of stuff to get into, including the big news of the day, the surprise story of the day, the one that, we kind of all thought would happen someday, probably, but didn't know that the announcement would be today. Physical games in the news today, being eliminated by PlayStation, the number one console for third-party sales. So that's going to be a very, very interesting talking point about the end of physical games, what it means, how we think this affects Nintendo long haul, because now they'll be like the only platform still supporting physicals. So we'll get into all of that, because that's just a industry shifting, regardless of how long we've seen it coming moment. And now it's almost here, so we got to talk about it. We got to talk a little bit about Star Fox. I don't know how many people on the panel have played it, but we're going to talk about it some here and give our impressions and thoughts. I'm pretty sure Birdman has. It looks like Sandstorm's played too. So there you guys go. So at least those guys can chime in a bit. I can give some thoughts based on my demo experience. Sounds like it holds up to the rest of the game based on everything I read. But then we have some leaks for Metroid. Multiple Metroid leaks. One of them including a game name. So pretty crazy. We're going to be talking about that one and maybe some of our wants and desires for that based on perhaps former Metroid games. If we think we might know which kind of Metroid game this is, we obviously don't know 100%. And then obviously we had a Splatoon Raiders Direct over the last week. Have you guys heard? So we're going to kind of give our thoughts and impressions on Splatoon Raiders now that we pretty much know exactly what this game is. There should be no questions anymore about what Splatoon Raiders is. So now we got to talk about that. So, there could be some other stuff that comes up along the way. You guys can submit in your questions and or statements that sometimes turn into entire topics once in a while with your super chats if you want during the show. If you're listening to the audio version, don't worry about it. Just sit back and relax as we introduce everyone. Let's go ahead and get to our guest first. We have the man chewing lots of gum.
Oh, is that coming through? I'm so sorry.
No.
Is it coming through? Holy fuck, I was about to be so sad. Is it actually? Tell me, is it actually? Is that coming to the mic? Okay.
We could just hear chronic chewing and breathing.
I'm deep in the sauce. Hi, everybody. I'm Vavlam, Deltarune, Nintendo, somewhat political commentator. Hope you're all having a great day.
It is hump day, I guess, if you need the sauce already this week. Then we got Sandstorm.
Yo, what's good, everyone? Glad to be here again. Post Star Fox. Yeah.
It's good to have him back. All right. Then we got, hold on, hit the right button this time. The Birdman.
What's up, baby? Glad to be back. I will not be gone for any foreseeable, barring any emergencies that pop up. I will not be gone going forward. I've gotten a bunch of shit out of the way. I'm feeling good. Happy to be here. We got some crazy topics tonight. So,
dude, I'm happy you're back. I don't have to carry the show anymore. So,
yeah. Well, listen, I needed the rest. I do feel the instant weight of this show on my shoulders, but listen, that's my burden to bear. So, it is what it is.
Haha, Jinx. Eric.
Hello.
Hold on. Hit your button. Let's get it right here. Oh.
Why is it spicy?
God damn it, I fucking regret not cutting that.
You gave it to me. It's as is. What's up, Eric?
Yeah, another Wednesday.
Wednesday.
It's fun.
Men's soccer team's in the lead for now.
Yep.
Brewers are tied, or at least they were tied.
Yeah, I don't know if
all right. Next up,
yeah,
of course, Thunder Stash. Dude, I feel like this button needs to have an animation across the screen for Back to the Future.
Ooh, that'd be good.
That would be sick. If I can make
idea.
that happen, that would be great. Anyways, what's up, Stash?
Oh, you know, guys, busy day. Busy day in the news for sure. Lots of emotions out there. Hot takes everywhere. Man. Wild. Just
we
wild.
live for days like this. This podcast lives for days like this. Sometimes you just hand it to us. Like, we don't have to think about. We didn't discuss one bit what we were talking about today. It's so obvious.
Yeah.
Just dropping it in our laps.
This is easy, I saw the news and we hadn't even talked about it, but obviously it's like, well, I know we are.
It's
I'm
way
at
too
the gym.
Yeah.
And I'm just like there thinking about this while I'm working out. I'm just like going through everything in my head, all the different ways this is going to domino effect stuff. I'm like, oh my God. And then I leave the gym, get on X, see my timeline. I'm just like, holy shit.
Yeah, dude. The
Everybody. Domino's Pizza UK is getting in on this. Everybody's sounding off, like literally.
I mean, it's industry changing. It's shifting, altering. Arguably the biggest industry shift in our lifetimes since going to a disc, I guess. Probably.
Yeah, it's wild. So it'll be fun to talk about, though.
Yeah. It makes for a great podcast discussion, but look, guys, we all know this sucks ass for gamers. We're not beating around the bush. Nobody's happy about physical games going away.
Yeah.
If you are, I'd like to meet you, actually. I'd like to meet the person who's happy about it. And not just happy because you're trying to laugh at fanboys.
I don't know.
I mean, legitimately actually happy that an option was taken away.
The CEOs might be happy.
I would say the people who make money off everybody else and the American
I think
consumer.
Listen, I think it's pretty obvious the savings is going to go to both the consumer and the devs, guys. Come on.
Right.
Yeah, game prices are about to get cheaper, right? With physical out of the way.
Oh,
right?
man. Yeah. Kill the middleman now, right?
Like, GTA was just predicting the future by going code in the box, but what they were just trying to take advantage of the current pricing structure, because once physical's gone, we know $80 games can't exist, right?
Yeah. It's not going to happen.
Yeah,
as a matter of fact,
going to be
like
$100 games.
$20 to $30.
This is gonna be a fun conversation. We're not gonna have that yet though, because we want to make sure that Shadow gets to say on that, because I know he's gonna have a lot to say. I'm sure he's already said a lot on the internet, and I haven't bothered to check it because everyone's talking. There's so much. So let's go around the room though and figure out who's gonna do what topic. Who wants to go first today? Anyone leaping out of the chair? Being like,
I'll take Splatoon Raiders.
There we go.
Direct.
Splatoon Raiders direct. All right, we'll get that one out of the way right away. Eric, what do you want? Oh, you want one, Stash? You got one? What do you got?
Yeah, I'll take PlayStation.
All right, cool. We'll do
physical games.
Eric, what do you want? Don't worry, I'll put extra.
I guess
I'll put notes in there for you.
I guess I'll do
Star Fox review impressions.
Okay, because the one that you don't need notes for.
Absolutely no fucking clue about the
you don't
Metroid
need
League.
notes for it. And Metroid Leaks I covered today, so that's fine. It works out. Then I don't have to put the notes in. I can just read them off. All right. Good thing I left all my Metroid stuff open. I think maybe I don't know. I'll make sure. All right, guys. Screw it. Let's get to our very first topic. Gamebird, what are we talking about?
Yeah, Splatoon Raiders. It got a direct, guys. We finally got a nice little deep dive. We got the full enchilada to see what this game is all about. It was, 15-minute direct, I think we had, followed by a treehouse where we got to watch them play the game. And the big reveal, and what's funny about this one is that, can we get the trailer going in the background? Hell yeah. What's funny about this one is exactly 1 year ago. Let me pull this up. I posted a video on my channel, Splatoon Raiders, the next big roguelite. And it looks like this is them fully fleshing out that roguelite experience, expanding on a lot of the really great ideas from that DLC that we got, Side Order, but doing this into a more exploration-based and base-based little roguelite adventure games. But what did you guys think of this presentation? Did this do... first off, let's go around the room. Who here is a fan of Splatoon? Or if you're not, let us know if you're not. We can start with Favlam. Are you a Splatoon fan? Do those games do anything for you?
Traditionally, no. But I do think... I genuinely do like the concept of this is like this cooperative roguelike, and I do want to give this a try. Because what takes it out of me is like I don't know. I don't like something that's like hyper competitive on console sticks, right? I usually save kind of the shooting games for my PC and point and click and all that. But I think that this would be is casual enough of an environment that would be still really fun, and really interesting world to explore, especially somebody who's never really, like, I've played Splatoon in the past. I don't own it currently, I don't think, unless it's like been a hand-me-down somewhere on my shelf. It might be somewhere back there. But I mean, I caught some clips of the direct. I thought it was pretty neat. I might play it with my friend Josie Woe. We might do a little co-op something through this. I don't know. We'll see. But it looks like it's gonna be a good time. So
okay, so this one piques your interest more than like the mainline series.
Yeah, it kind of just because of like the way like the nature of it being like this co-op, like massive world that you're going to be going through. Because I really like the concept. I never got to play it, but I really liked the concept of the what was it? The DLC and
Side Order.
Side Order, with which was like the roguelike of that time, which this seems to have the elements of that, but I liked that in concept, and I was like, man, that'd be cool if they made more of that. And well, here we are. So I'm like, you know what? This is enough for me to commit to it. Let's give it a shot.
Hell yeah.
So I will be buying it. When is it out?
This one comes out at the end of the month, right? July 30th. Am I right?
Dude, they just
time of the month.
Time is
July.
No.
Stash. It's got to be
July
on
23rd.
23rd.
Oh
yeah. Yeah.
I like 2-3 weeks from now.
Yeah, I locked in so hard on Deltarune, I forgot all of their games are coming out. I was like, oh god, there's Star Fox, and now this, and then there's something every month, and then when we have friggin' Rhythm Heaven, that's this week, right? Like tomorrow or day after? Oh my god, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I have too many games to play, and I haven't played them. Anyway, sorry.
Sandstorm.
What up?
Do you have any history with Splatoon? Is that a series you care about?
I do. So my history with Splatoon is similar to my history with insert fighting game name here. I picked them up and I'm like, I'm gonna do it this time. I'm gonna put in my best foot forward, and I'm gonna be sweet, and I'm gonna win a lot of matches, and then I play and I do okay. And for some reason, it seems like I get worse and worse over time. And I always lose. And it's like, how is it possible that I'm losing when I'm not with the same people every single time? It's got to be me. And then I just fall face first off of the game. I want to. I like Splatoon as a concept, as an overall concept. The online and all of that, I think it's a really good take on a shooter that I felt like Nintendo needed for forever. Um, and so I think it's a great game, but this time around, even though it's a single player, and a roguelike on top of that, I'm just gonna say it's not for me this time.
It's not for you this time.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean I won't ever come back to the game at a later time or continue to play, Splatoon in the future. Just like right now, it's just like it's like I said, it's like fighting games for me. Like I know I'm gonna get into this game and then I'm gonna play it and then I'm gonna die a lot and I'm gonna be like, I feel like playing something else. And probably won't come back to it for a really long time until an update comes, like some random update. It doesn't even have to be a part of like the main story. It could be something really cheesy and I'm like, oh, I got to get back in there and play for like 2 more weeks and be done again. So it's for me, I can't spend money like that, but I'm really excited for people who want to play this game because it seems like they're getting what they really wanted. It's not just like just a rinse and repeat of the single player from 1, 2, and 3, but it's actually like a concept in its own with the whole roguelike. I like the whole salmon run feel to it, and I think it's overall. I think it looks like a really good quality Nintendo game, but like I said, this one I'm just gonna have to sit back and live vicariously through all the other people who play it.
For sure. And we'll dive a little bit deeper into like some of the things that we saw here as some of the different features that this game has. Eric, are you a Splatoon fan at all? Is this a series you've given a shot? And if so, or even if you haven't, Splatoon Raiders, other than the fact that this is a game that you have in your fantasy critic, obviously I know you want this game to do well, period.
Yeah. But me buying not gonna matter. But no, it's I've dabbled a little bit in Splatoon. I'm not much of a competitive person like that, so this one might actually be a little bit more up my alley. I'm actually thinking about actually picking this one up. So yeah, I know I didn't really see the
one got you excited a bit.
What was that?
So this trailer got you a bit more excited.
Yeah, I didn't see the full thing. I came into it a little bit late from with Nate's stream, and I came into it a little bit late, and I was working, so I didn't quite fully catch it. But the parts I did see, it looks pretty decent. So I definitely think this is something that I'm thinking about picking up, and yeah.
Hell yeah. Stashman, history with the Splatoon series. Is it one that you enjoy, not so much your style? And where does Splatoon Raiders fit in with that? Does it get you more excited, a little bit less excited?
Yeah, so history of Splatoon Raiders, it goes back to day one. Buying this on launch day. I've played them all. I think of all the Splatoon Raiders, though, this is the one that I'm most interested in. And I would say because it's primarily a single player game.
Sure.
I love single player games, and you guys know I really try to limit my time that I play multiplayer games that have, no end to them, right? I only have so much time with the amount of games that I review that I can't be like hanging out playing these games that have no ending to them and just playing those for the rest of my life. I'll never get anything done. So for me, this is more exciting. I also play and review a lot of roguelikes on the channel.
Sure.
I've seen comparisons of Splatoon Raiders to like Nintendo's version of Borderlands, which I think is badass. And then I've also seen in a preview that it was compared to almost like Nintendo's version of a Ratchet and Clank, which again, I'm like, dude, that's awesome. Like everything that I'm hearing sounds great. Everything I saw too in the direct, it's more of what we saw. We got to see a little bit more of the map and kind of how the mission structure is going to work. At the same time, like once I see enough, kind of mentally tune out, and I do that by design. You guys know that I do the same thing with movies, movie trailers. I only want to see so much, man, and then I'm like, cool, this looks really exciting. I'll see the rest of it when I actually play it and get my hands on it. Until then, I have stuff to do.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I'm excited for it. I'm in. I'll be reviewing it. That's where I'm at with it. So, yeah, I would say that of all the Splatoon games, I am most excited for this one. And I had a lot of excitement going into the first Splatoon back in the day.
Sure.
But yeah, this one's like right up my alley, dude. It's doing all the things that I like. This looks like a blast.
Hell yeah. Primal. Am I okay to go to you? Does he need a minute?
I'm good.
Okay. So my first question for everyone was, what's your history with the Splatoon series, and whether or not you love Splatoon? Does this, what we've seen so far for Raiders, get you more excited about the series, or not really do anything for you, or get you less excited, I suppose?
So I've always enjoyed Splatoon. I've been playing it since the Wii U days, the original release. For some reason, that's also the game that I like the gyro controls in the most. I don't know if it's the Wii U gamepad, because I also played with the Pro Controller back then. So I don't know. But for some reason, when we got to Splatoon 2 and 3, it just didn't feel like the gyro was as good. Could just be a skill issue, which is totally fine. And I probably should, with Splatoon 4, whenever that comes, force myself to get back to use the gyro again. Because twin stick, you're going to get wrecked. This is what it is. If you've never played multiplayer Splatoon, you just don't know. Gyro's the way. I actually want to see like gyro controls versus mouse controls one day. I just want to see it, because people are insanely good at gyro. Like insanely good. I don't know if that's necessarily better than point and click with a mouse, but it's got to be up there. That being said, I really enjoyed the original Splatoon and Splatoon 2. Splatoon 3 is the one that I ended up not playing quite as much of. I've always enjoyed the single player in all the games. I always thought it was a little underrated. The boss fights were always just incredible in Splatoon, very inventive, and obviously here they're going to just get even more inventive and more crazy. And so my whole thing though with this game is my number one concern is that this is going to feel like a mode in a Splatoon 4 rather than feeling like a fully fleshed out game. Because right now it's definitely a roguelite. It's got this mission-based thing, and you're getting your treasures and upgrading your stuff. But like we've done stuff kind of like this in single-player Splatoon before. Not necessarily like this is more seemingly based on Salmon Run, but even then I'm mentioning things Splatoon has done before. So while they're doing some unique things with this one that had me really excited, it's also kind of like, okay, but why couldn't this just be a mode in Splatoon 4? That's I'm waiting for like the other shoe to drop on like what is a bigger deal about this compared to single player in any of the other Splatoon games. And I get that like the bigger deal here is probably the co-op aspect. You can have like up to 3 people playing with you online or in person, and that's cool. But it just kind of feels like a gimmick to add on to a structure that is literally based on a mode we already have in Splatoon 3. So I'm very like, everything about this looks great, and the customization looks great, and I think people aren't talking about it enough. I think it visually looks really great. Yes, the ground textures leave a lot to be desired, but Splatoon ground textures always have. The focus has been on the characters, the action, all that, and all that looks crisp and great, and they're focusing on the right stuff, and it looks like it's running at 60 FPS, which is great. I just have concerns that there's going to be enough meat on the bone to satisfy most people. Like for me, I'll be fine. But I also really love the single player, and it can justify spending $50 just to play that. I don't know that everyone can, because one thing about Splatoon is it's infinitely replayable, but this one shouldn't be that way technically because it's a single player, seemingly linear experience.
Well, if it's got the roguelike elements, maybe it will have replayability.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like the playing together and going through missions together, like that part obviously adds some replayability. I'm just very, very curious is all. I know I'm probably going to end up enjoying it, but I'm very curious. I want to find out. I'm very curious my own thoughts if I'm going to think it's worth the money, because this is the first game Nintendo's had come out that I'm kind of like, I don't know about that, because it looks like something that should just be in Splatoon 4.
So,
how much
like
is this game?
50.
Okay.
So I'm in the same boat as both Stash and Prime. I've been playing Splatoon since the first one landed on the Wii U. And I personally am not like a big PvP competitive gamer, like in any aspect. I don't really play many PvP games, if at all, other than like local multiplayer, you know, having fun with Mario Kart or Smash Brothers. That's really the most for me. However, the thing that I love about Splatoon, and you know, this is kind of just speaking to Nintendo in general, is their way of taking a stab at a genre and creating something truly unique that's different than what everyone else is doing. Yeah, Prime.
So I just wanted to make sure I point out that is this the first game company in history to properly label easy mode? You're a tourist?
As easy mode, right?
Yeah.
Just noting, they're not even avoiding it. They're straight up going, "Nah, you play in this mode, you're a fucking tourist. Get out of here."
That's so
You're not
funny.
a Splatoon fan. Sorry,
But I just no, you're good. You're good. I just love Nintendo's ability to create something so unique and different and kind of go against the grain. Splatoon, when it came out, was so different than anything else on the market as far as a competitive shooter, playing as squids and covering the base with ink, and that having like that being the determining win rather than kills, and swimming through your ink. Just very, very cool. So I've been there since the beginning, and I've actually really gotten into them. Obviously they're not games that I play forever, like Stash mentioned, getting stuck, but they're ones that I'll sink. I've probably sunk maybe 30 to 40 hours into each one. I've done the single player, plenty of competitive, and my favorite mode in 2 and 3 was Salmon Run. I've always hoped for a better single player version of Splatoon since the get-go, because essentially the way single player works in these games is a tutorial. It prepares you. You know, you don't get to pick your weapon or your loadout. Each mission puts you with a specific weapon. The level's designed to kind of train you how to use that weapon, and the boss fights really exist to help you with your maneuverability, your mobility, and how you utilize the weapons you have. They're fun, but again, they're meant to teach you. Getting something like this finally is extremely exciting. I did play Side Order. I really liked it for what it was. And I'm on record on this podcast of saying numerous times that I'm not the biggest roguelike or roguelite player. I'm kind of burnt out on them. However, I will say, I feel like in recent years, that genre's catered to my taste a lot more, because they've been adding more and more permanent progression. And that's something I feel like in early roguelikes was missing, and something that I see very, very strong in this game that has me very excited. There's a really cool crafting system here. They've got all the different gadgets that you can unlock and level up, the trinkets and charms. They have they introduced the 3 different ink packs. There's the power one, the tactical one, and the speed one, or whatever it was, the support one. I forget what it was. And depending on which essentially which tank you take, it's almost like tank healer DPS type setup, Holy Trinity, dictates what sort of gadgets you can get. And I think there's going to be some really cool dynamics here, whether you're playing single player or with friends and choosing your loadout. And to me, I feel like on the surface I could see your complaint, Prime, but I actually feel like this game looks really, really packed with content. It looks like there's going to be some really cool, unique enemy varieties. They've got the bosses, and then there's the mega versions of the bosses, and then there's like almost like the shrines where you're going down levels. And they said some of them might just be a few terrain levels. Others might go down and down and down, and you'll never know when it's going to end, as well as different types of raids. And there's even a monster hunter mechanic where you could be fighting like a raid boss in this game. And if the boss is too tough, you could like shoot out the flare to call out someone. And they're going to be incorporating an incentive system to where if you answer people's distress calls at boss fights, you get rewarded, you get compensated for going out and helping people in areas where they're stuck. I feel like I don't know. I feel like they're cooking something really special here. And I also think maybe there might be more to some of like the base updates. You know, we got a little tease of that in this direct of like adding the crafting stations and adding these different areas. We saw in the initial trailer for this game, you know, some of the fishing. Is there going to be some sort of a fishing mechanic? It looks like there's mini games, like an NES inspired mini game that exists within this world. So I think there's more than meets the eye with this one. I think they showed off a lot of really great jam-packed content. And if I'm being fully honest, as someone who's been more, I used to not like roguelikes at all. I became roguelike curious for a while. I'm pretty amped on this one. I think it looks really good. And to add to that, we got a bunch of previews that came out. A bunch of outlets got to go hands-on with this. And you guys can correct me if I'm wrong here, but most of what I saw was pretty overwhelmingly positive. I don't know if you guys saw or heard any negative previews for this, but sounds like they're cooking with Splatoon Raiders. So yeah, I don't know. That being said, I'm really excited. I'm more excited now than I've been this whole time. I think I have a full grasp of what kind of game this is. And even though it's a genre that hasn't fully grabbed me in the past, with some exclusions, obviously, like love Hades, really loved Absalom, you know, the roguelike beat 'em up that came out this year. But yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot here. I can't wait to see what more this game has to offer. But more importantly, kind of like Favlam touched on, experiencing Splatoon in a more single player setting with a friend or with friends is really appealing to me. I think this is a really cool world. I think there's some really cool backstories and lore here. Maybe we'll finally get to go a bit deeper on that, you know, go below surface level on that with this one. But yeah, I'm excited.
Okay.
We got
Shadow's here now.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
What up?
Good,
What up?
good.
Hey, what's up?
We're Shadow. We're talking Splatoon Raiders, the direct. My question for everyone here was, what's your history with the Splatoon series, if at all? And are you excited for this one? Did the direct or any of the trailers do anything to get you excited, or are you less excited about it?
I'm kind of feel the same. When I first saw it revealed, I kind of knew what it was, a single player Splatoon. Typically I played Splatoon more single player anyway. The first game I played more online, and the second one was kind of fun, but I dropped out of it quick because of other games coming out around the time. Sure. And Splatoon 3, I never really got to play multiplayer effectively that much. It was pretty much just me playing the single player game and the DLC. So yeah, I definitely this is something that was right up my alley anyway. It was something that I was going to enjoy. So the time I saw the first reveal for it, I was already interested. And then I didn't get to see too much of the direct. I saw maybe like the first 10 minutes of the direct, but it was more of the same for me. So I already knew what I was getting into. So yeah, I enjoyed it.
You're already sold on it.
Oh yeah. I was a big fan of playing it on Wii U originally. So that's always going to be good for me. So yeah. I like what I saw. I didn't see as much as you guys did, but I did enjoy what I did see, showing how you use the abilities you have to get to new areas and whatnot, and use the different abilities to jump over or move around or whatever as you clean up. Well, not clean up, but you know what I mean. You change the materials on the ground so you're able to traverse. So that's more of what I want. It doesn't look interesting, but when you play it, it's addicting.
Absolutely. And I don't know about you guys. I don't know how you all felt about Salmon Run. If you've all played Salmon Run before, because obviously there's a lot of influence from that mode. That one's a horde mode. This obviously has there's a lot more to Raiders than Salmon Run, but I found Salmon Run a blast personally. Yep. Like I loved how intense it got, and then when you finally got to spawn like that giant Godzilla style salmonoid, lots of fun. So I think there's going to be a lot of cool, like just experimentation here with the different gadgets and abilities and weapons that you're crafting and leveling up. So yeah, I mean, guys, anything else you want to add? I mean, we flew through that one really quick, but
day one buy for me.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll be reviewing it. I'm excited.
Maybe a Christmas pickup for me.
Stash maybe has played it. I wouldn't be surprised if Stash has already played Splatoon Raiders out there. Look at him. Who knows?
Yeah, from what I understand, a lot of influencers got codes already.
If he was at that preview event, I feel like he would have dropped a preview already.
Look at him.
Because I have a lot of embargoed stuff. I have 15 videos uploaded to my YouTube channel that are scheduled right now. Yeah.
That's wild, man.
15. Yeah, I know. Like I've been working like a madman. So, but I'm like, I can't show my full hand. I'm literally not allowed to. Just leave it at that.
Love it. All right. Well, speaking of Stash, dude, what are we talking about, man? This is the one. This is the big one. Here we go.
Yeah, dude.
For this one.
Man, I don't know about you guys, but I felt like you got hit by a ton of bricks this morning with this news. And the thing is that look, we've talked about on this podcast several times over the past 2 years. Sandstorm, Flavam, Shadow Fox. I'm sure you guys have talked about this several times over past handful of years that we know what direction this is all going in. Mm-hmm. Like the writing's been on the wall. You just never know, like when that day is going to come that you get hit with a ton of bricks. You just don't expect to like, oh, wake up.
And
today's
this is
the day, I guess, July 1st.
This is how it's happening.
Yeah, this is when we're finding out.
It's not just like, oh, PlayStation 6. You're just gonna say, hey, we're just doing digital only. No, you're just going to announce it now. Not just PS6. Period. We're done with physical. Like, holy shit. That is not how I thought it was going to go down. Like it's just a huge cutoff.
It's probably because they think it gets less backlash. Sorry, go ahead.
That's what I was thinking too. To get ahead of it.
It felt so casual too. It was like, yeah, we're doing it.
Oh, by the way, PS3 and Vita news. Go check out this article. Oh, by the way, you don't like this news either. Have a good day.
Yeah, blog post. You know, not even like an official press release. It was just a casual blog post by I think some guy named Ian. Wasn't even by a PlayStation team.
For the three listeners that don't know what we're talking about, Stash, what the fuck happened? What is the news?
Yeah, so PlayStation announced today that they're ceasing production of physical games, and this will take place in January 2028. So obviously today's July 1st, 2026. We're not too far off from this.
I feel like they should have just made this like their one more thing in the next state of play.
By the way, shoot you with here's your one more thing. It's just a bullet to the head.
We had to bring one more thing. Physical games ending.
Yeah, so physical games ending. Obviously, I'm sure you guys all have a lot to say about this. I was at the gym when this happened, and I was just checking, Twitter in between sets, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I just kind of like zoned out.
The reaction to be today. I mean, it's gonna be a shit show,
dude. I'm rarely ever on my phone at the gym because I can't stand it when people are on the phone. But there's just not a lot of people at the gym in the summer in Arizona. Just hot as heck out here, and people just aren't up at the gym. So I'm like, all right, no one's gonna be trying to hit up this machine. Let me look at this real quick. And I saw it, and I just kind of zoned out. I don't even know. Like I was just in another world for a little bit, and then I just thought about it the whole time. So came home from the gym, brought up a Word doc, typed up a bunch of stuff. I'm like, all right, these are my points. So I have all my points, but I don't want to like go through all of these right now. I want to hand it off to you guys, and let me ask you where your thoughts are at. What was your initial reaction? Let's start with that. What was your initial reaction to this?
I'll just throw. I got two initial reactions. I'll just be super quick. One of them was fanboys live for days like this. Whether you're a Nintendo fanboy trashing on Sony or you're a Sony fanboy defending Sony, you grew up today ready for war, and you live for this moment. This has been the most entertaining day of your life in a long time. So I'm very happy the fanboys got to have their console award today. Congratulations. Now the men are going to talk. All right. My actual initial impression for me personally is just incredibly sad. Knew it would happen. Knew Nintendo would probably be the last one left. I kind of figured this whole time PlayStation 6 would end up being all digital, especially when they said they're doing a handheld. I'm like, there's no way they're doing physical with a handheld again. So that alone was like, okay, they're probably leaning. And then you look at all the SKUs available for PS5. Most of them are digital only. And yeah, I know the revenue says 80% split, but that also that's a little skewed because that includes all sales. So that means all the DLC sales. That means all the cuts from microtransactions. That also means all the digital only games. So the actual split with their physical games was never 80-20. Now, was it still more digital than physical? Obviously, they wouldn't get rid of physical if it still made up a majority of their sales. But it's probably more like a 60-40 split. There was seemingly still a fairly strong amount of people buying physical on PlayStation. That said, obviously they have all the numbers and they decided now's the time to pull the trigger. So it was just incredibly sad and predictable, but it's never going to stop me from playing games. Been on record before. I play games for the games. The format is secondary. Would prefer physical, but look, if I want to play a game, I'm not going to let whether I can physically hold it in my hand or not determine if I'm going to play it. Because I'm also someone that isn't. I'm one of those people that doesn't have a high value on replay value in most games. Ironically, Star Fox being one of the games that I have a value and replay value on. Have to for games like that. So because of that, like when people talk about, when you buy a game digitally, well, you might not get to play it in 20 years. Yeah, and guess what? You know what I'm not playing right now? Games I bought 20 years ago. So like that point doesn't have to matter to me if I just know I'm never going to go back to replay it anyways in 20 years. So even if they took it away, I probably wouldn't even notice. Like, am I missing games in my Steam library from the last 30 years? I fucking know. I don't know. How many fucking games are in that Steam library? I'm probably missing shit. I wouldn't even know. So like, that's the thing. Like I play games in the moment, I beat them, and then I kind of move on. So there's only select games that really push replay, arcade style games, obviously multiplayer games, stuff like that. So yeah, I just think that it's a whole bunch of it's unfortunate, it's sad. I have a lot more to say, but that was my initial reaction. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, very good. Lamb, how did you feel?
Yeah,
today?
I'm gonna push back on that because
you're also a youngin' on the show.
I think that while I agree with the sentiment of like sometimes I'm obviously like every game I have on my shelf, I've played at least once, but I'm not regularly playing them and whatnot, right? But I think the sentiment of saying like it's not as big of a deal, I don't necessarily agree with, just because like I think this is a bigger, and I know you said you have more to say. I'm sure there's more nuance to your take, right? But this is such a much bigger issue that goes even well further beyond the gaming industry at this point. And there's the saying, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, going into subscription-based models, going into things. And that's with not just physical media, but also it's slowly turning into our physical hardware as well. Like these AI companies and stuff want us to basically rent hardware from them instead of buying our own hardware and having the ability to run games and stuff. Like that's where this is all heading. Is we own nothing and we have to pay for access to things that we had readily good access to many years ago or currently. And I just, it's very sad to see. I'm sure we all feel that way, right? Because like I went to too many games this past weekend, and I'm doing a video about how I bought like every single Mario and Sonic at the Olympic games there. That was a pretty fun little thing, right? But like I couldn't do this. I couldn't do this if physical media doesn't exist, you know? And I think getting rid of physical media also warrants itself to like erasing history, erasing culture, erasing things of the time, erasing things that, you know, it goes deeper than that, because I mean, media, like video games are an art form, even as silly as Sonic and Mario and Sonic and Olympic games, you know, like these things tell stories and they tell compelling narratives. And sometimes they tell stories and narratives that aren't necessarily, not everybody is happy that they're telling that story, and they're giving messages that people aren't happy with, you know, 1985 Orwellian style. And they maybe don't want those games to exist anymore, a book burning of a sort. Right. And but that's just one of many reasons why, like, not having these physical media, not having at least having the choice to buy secondhand and to not have to pay the full price and for the access to a game is so important. Yeah, I mean, it's just really sad to see. And I would just encourage any viewer or listener right now. There are several boards and organizations that are actively ready to fight this and make legislation to fight things like this, and right to repair and right to own. And I recommend and hope that you all will support them, like the Internet Archive, like the Consumer Reports and Advocacy, and also like political candidates like Lena Khan, who fought for ownership and fought against what's the word? Like big companies from having these fees and having these ways of like, okay, you don't have any ownership of you or of your stuff, of the things that you buy. So if you just look into what your local community is doing and who is on the side of the right to repair, that's the biggest law right now, and like movement for this kind of stuff, which right to repair mostly refers to hardware, but it is a broad stroke that can definitely fall under our umbrella physical ownership. So I mean, it's very serious. It's I know we're the Fun Nintendo Game podcast, but this is a very serious issue, and it requires a very serious response. I feel like I think it's something we should genuinely like fight tooth and nail for, because if we don't, we're going to lose it. So anyways, that's my piece. That's my soapbox. Sorry to get a little political, but I mean, I feel like it's quite warranted.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. I believe that was Lena Khan. I believe you're talking about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I think she was part of that during the previous administration.
Yeah. And she fought for a lot of like ownership rights and whatnot. And I just use her as an example, though, is like find people and candidates and people who will organize your community that are similar to her positioning and similar to people who basically align with the right to repair movement. And I would just really encourage you all to do that. Because again, it balloons way bigger than video games. The right to repair movement started with farmers and tractors to wanting to repair their John Deere tractors so they could keep making a living and not have to pay John Deere to update the software on their tractor. So anyways, that's my bit. I know, but I mean, it's genuinely really important. I would encourage everybody in the chat and everybody to at the very least look at it and support any kind of archive groups, or if you want to get politically involved and support groups that support right to repair, please do. I would greatly encourage it.
Great advice. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing your perspective on that. You have a unique perspective because of that. Thank you.
Of course.
Shadow Fox, interested to hear your thoughts on this.
I mean, just as an aside to that whole right to repair thing, I mean, there's a reason why, other than profitability, which you never really had for a real long time, but there's a reason why Radio Shack was taken away as a major chain. It's gone, and it's really hard to find parts for any old electronics anymore, specifically very, very old tube TVs and radios and stuff like that. If you want to repair those things and bring them back to the way they should have been, it's hard to find transformers and things of that nature to convert those old signals. and that's obviously by design. And I honestly don't see that stopping going forward, because even if you have, say, you win the right to repair, right? But as a corporation, they can't make you keep making the parts. So that's one of those things where if they just all of a sudden every factory shuts down, either you have to find a way to either make your parts, which means you need better, stronger filament if it's for anything that's mechanical in nature, or or electronic in nature, because you can't exactly print metal precisely right now. So it'd be kind of hard to do your own large sets of PCBs and stuff like that. You can do a board here or there and combine some stuff together, but long runs and stuff like that, it'd probably be kind of a struggle. And PCBWay is small compared to that. You can't just do, say, I want to do 100 million orders of anything. They won't be able to process that. So I see, all I could do was laugh when we started this topic, because I think for the better part of my entire YouTube channel, I've been doing this well over, I think probably 15 years now. I've been saying this. I saw this as the moment that Unreal Tournament got an update on the original Xbox in 2003. I'm like, oh, they're doing patches. That means they're going to do all the things that computers are doing. And right after that, like 10 years later, there was no physical media for games on PC anymore. So, it was only natural that those that were chasing profit were going to try to do away with this, because you don't have to make the giant Tomb Raider box anymore, and you don't have to print all these DVDs and the long process of installing a game that doesn't have to happen anymore. So if they can get away with that, they're going to do it. And I figured for the longest time, and obviously I will say none of these companies are your friend, right? Obviously, I have a Nintendo focused channel for the most part, because for whatever reason, a lot of the foolishness is around Nintendo a lot of the times, because a lot of people believe things that really aren't true about that company or what they do and their philosophy, but they aren't your friend either. So the only reason that they're sticking around with this, because they know it benefits them greatly to have a large presence in retail spaces to show their games and stuff like that, right? So they want that stuff.
Maybe the only presence.
Yeah, I mean,
wild.
They might be the only presence, and then on top of that too, they also sell a system that literally sells itself, because you can just take it around and, hey, what are you playing? And that kind of stuff. So if you're walking around or you're in a store, you say, hey, I played this game, and somebody's next to you, it's free advertisement for them. So why wouldn't they want a physical presence in as many retailers as possible if they can at this point? It just benefits them. So even as a evil corporation or whatever, it works for them too. But obviously they care about the traditional, as far as them presenting their value to the customer. They want games to be fun for people, right? And if you got to jump through hoops, or your internet connection has to be the best in the world to play a game or whatever, to them they see that as a stopgap. So they want you to also be able to just put a cartridge in and play, which is why they don't really require installs for the vast majority of their games. I think maybe one or two of them require an install. Usually it's just a day one update or something to that effect, but usually you put a cartridge in, and whether you're online or not, you can jump right into the game. So I would say going forward, Nintendo's going to have to find a really interesting way to phase out of this, especially if they're going to be the last people left. But I'm pretty sure at some point they're going to want to get out of it too, once it becomes too expensive for them, because at this point now, I'm pretty sure these cartridges they're making aren't that cheap. So they're going to have to find a way around that as well. But yeah, Sony is playing the same game that the third parties were playing. I'm pretty sure everybody here remembers or has participated in the entire key card back and forth with people when that was announced last year. Oh yeah. And I said at that time that the key cards exist as not as a stopgap, but a compromise, because third parties wanted to go all digital a long time ago. And they're looking at these cartridges like, not only do I not want to shrink my game, I want to do a dirty port. I want it to still be as big and bloated as possible. And I don't want to pay for media. I don't want to pay to print them. I don't want to, because Nintendo's not going to pay you for it. So you have to publish it yourself as a third party publisher. They don't want any of that anymore. They'd rather pay whatever fee it is to put it on an online store and be done with it.
Right.
So
right,
they forced their hand on everybody else, and Nintendo's the only company that came up with something to meet in between. And Sony's like, they already see the writing on the wall for PS6, so they're like, yeah, let's let everybody know what's going on, and here we sit. So they put it out there, and honestly, I do think it's kind of smart for them to get ahead of it now, because it would be so much backlash, and it would probably be the biggest story about PS6 once it's finally announced. So they don't want that kind of a drama happening once they announce it. They want to get ahead of that, so it's already out of the way. You already have the expectation. But what we should have noticed, though, it should have been obvious that they were going to go digital only when we realized that both Microsoft and Sony were kind of like half stepping. Like, hey, here's your PS5, here's your PS5 Slim with no disk drive. Here's your Series X, here's your Series S with no disk drive. Also, here's your Series X with no disk drive. Get ready. Like they kind of groomed you into it. So yeah, I don't know what else to say. It frustrates me because I literally just went through a whole bunch of hoops to get a bunch of physical games back from my son to play on my PS5. So the news is, I don't know how to say other than I kind of feel like finally people are seeing what I feel like I've been screaming into a void for the longest time. This is going to happen, and now it's happening. And it's crazy to see people surprised by this, because it was going to happen. I didn't know Sony was going to be the first party or Microsoft, the first party or Microsoft, but one of them was going to say it soon, because third parties are getting kind of antsy, and it's too many code and box releases happening, and at some point somebody was going to do it. And it was going to come to a point where usually it's NBA 2K that sets the standard for something dumb like this. Either a $70 game or, hey, here's this giant install that's required for this game. So I figured it would have been a 2K game that would have done it. But
well, I think this was planned. Like they planned to announce this after GTA did the code and box announcement. Because it was like, people are already here's the most anticipated game of all time, and you can only get it digitally. So this isn't that big a deal that we're not going to provide it. The biggest game of all time is not going to do it. So,
and Rockstar has no blowback because they're Rockstar. Like notice how everybody magically changed their standards. Right, that game got announced.
So dumb, dude.
Yeah, there was some blowback for it, but it was so minuscule.
Yep.
I'm just like, holy shit. Dude, I almost saw more for Fire Emblem. What the fuck is happening?
Yep.
Fire Emblem I can at least still get for 70. What the fuck is going on? How is this game in? Oh, because of you make all the excuses you want.
Yep.
It's going to be profitable day one. It doesn't need to be $80.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's still just a single player game. We heard all these excuses. It's going to be a huge online game. I'm like, that's not even for that yet. So what are we even doing? We don't even know if GTA Online is going to ship this year.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I doubt it.
Next year.
Not expecting it. Yeah.
The irony in that too is that you can make up whatever excuses you want. Rockstar has already done multiple discs for a download for a game, so it's not like it's not possible for them to do it. It's got to be 500. There's no way the game is going to be a terabyte as a single player game in itself. You can make it multiple discs, but they're not going to. And
even if it was, like you can still do the multiple discs. They cost pennies. It's just they just know what the future is. The future is what it is. It's not like we don't know this. And Rockstar, probably should have got more backlash, but in the end, look, this happens with Nintendo too, and sometimes the people that defend them. And from the backlash, it is what it is. If enough people like your product, it doesn't really matter in the end.
Yep.
So
numbers don't lie.
Right. And I saw somebody in chat say, like, vote with your wallet, right? I mean, yes, to an extent, because like obviously we're all going to play games at the end of the day, and they're not necessarily a necessary medium like groceries and whatnot, but it's like I say like groceries, like things that you need. It's a want at the end of the day. But at the same time, everybody has their vice and everybody has the thing as they want to play and the fandom that they love. Like we said, a lot of us here are Nintendo, I'm sure. I don't know. I just want to stress the importance of just like that these companies are incentivized to do this, kind of how Shadow was saying, like they're going to be incentivized to do this. And even if Nintendo is not doing it out of the kindness of their heart right now, when does that kindness fall? Or what happens when if and when our economic conditions in this world right now get worse. Like companies are going to do what they need to do to survive, and without regulatory agencies that exist to hold them accountable, and politicians and whatnot that hold them accountable, this is obviously beyond video games, then they're going to do what they want. And so that's why it's important to vote with your wallet. It's important to vote, literally vote. And I think these are just things that these things rein in companies, even if it's just providing just a mandatory option of physical media. Even if it isn't, they're printing it at mass, and that's what's the majority of what's selling. It's just giving that option is just so important, because again, it keeps costs down. It keeps, at least us, for the consumer, it keeps costs for us, the consumer, down. It gives an option for a secondhand market. And I mean, there just needs to be more legislation also around like owning digital, even if it isn't all digital thing. Like the fact that when you pay for these things, you're not buying a license. You should be buying like a ownership copy of that game and that media. So anyways.
Sandstorm, what are your thoughts?
So first off, because I got to be the one, I gotta go in kid mode. All the hate on those cards. Ooh, the hate was real on those cards. Nobody is gonna buy game key cards. It all has to be on disc. It's blasphemous. Nintendo is stealing your money. Why are you buying that slop? Blah 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 blah. And now we get this, and it's bittersweet from a console war perspective, but overall it really does suck. As you can see, like all of us pretty much have games in the background, from the oldest to the latest games. So like we're collectors, that's what's really kind of just dying is like the collection, being a collector of these games, and just not even necessarily playing a game. Like I don't have to play a game to enjoy a game. I can just pull it off my shelf and be like, man, those were good times. Like we were really enjoying this generation or that generation. So it's unfortunate that we're here. I was hoping that it would be not this well, Nintendo's already in the 10th generation, but I was hoping that it would be the 11th generation that this, finally started to happen. But like Shadow said, the writing was basically on the wall. As you can see, more and more developers don't have problems with, one, not putting everything on the disc, and two, starting to put the codes in the box and everything. For a Nintendo fan or anybody who's like who is borderline on getting a Switch 2 in the first place, we still have physical media, and that's really cool. We just got the announcement of Oblivion coming August 11th. Yeah. Full game on the disc. I don't know if somebody like tipped them off and was like, you got to say it. You got to say that too. But yeah, it was absolute great timing. To know that the full game is on the disc cart. But it's just it's crazy to me because we're in like a struggling time already. It's almost like being in, for those of you guys who are old enough to remember or actually feel it, it's almost like being in the recession and then somebody being like, oh, the recession is going to be, it's only going to be a couple more years. And then you find out something else and you're like, the recession is not going to be over in a couple more years. Like the fact that we're going through this RAM situation and price increases with components, and then you find out that Sony, like Prime said, the biggest third-party seller, is going all digital. You got to ask yourself, like, what is the price? What are they going to put in the PS6 as far as memory. Like, how is that going to look for them? Because at this point, a terabyte is like, it'll vanish. It'll vanish faster than you know. So are we going to get a 2 terabyte?
They'll go the Apple route. Terabyte? They'll say, fuck you, buy more.
And that's
off a cloud. Deadass. That's probably what's going to happen.
And that's
like, I don't mean to be like doomer about it, but like that's we already have the example, you know?
No, and I definitely agree with that. And that's the struggle. Because you're already on the bus of, hey, we're giving you cloud saves, but we're charging you for it. You can get some discounts, but we're charging you for those too. And if you really want to play our old stuff, we're going to charge you for that as well. So now it turns into, oh, you also want more space. Well, you can't have physical space, but we'll give you digital space, and that's going to cost you as well. So now, and we've already been hearing rumors about what PlayStation 6, them having troubles with the parts, getting components. So now it looks like it really is going to be a $900, $800, $900, $1,000 in that spectrum. And so now we don't even have physical memory at that point. It's just it's bad, man. It's bad. It's really bad.
Yeah, and then on the hardware argument, again, I'm sorry to get political again, but it's just so relevant and important. Like, if there's like a local data center, like some sort of way that you can protest it or go to like a local council to stop one from being built, that is the literal direct cause of all of the price increases of hardware and the unavailability of memory and RAM and parts. It is a 1-to-1. That is the direct cause. It's not even like a dissociated thing, you know? Mm-hmm. So if you can attend that and find something near you and help stop these places from being built, even if just for a little while, or, you know, go do it. Go get involved. This is the time. Yeah. I mean, the time was yesterday, but no better time than today, you know?
Yeah.
So the second best time's today. That's the best way to put it. So,
yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
You're good.
It's so relevant. I can't help but not make that connection, you know?
It's just, like I said, it's just really unfortunate. To be honest with you, I thought out of the 3, it was definitely going to be Microsoft that was going to say it first.
Yeah.
It sounds like more of a Microsoft move than anybody. But with Sony doing it first, like Shadow said, they kind of put all the bad news or the worst news out in front. And in 2 years, whether the PS6 actually shows up in 27, I'm still thinking 28. But in 2 years, by that time, how many people are really gonna honestly care? You know what I mean? And I say that in a bad way. But how many people are really gonna honestly care when Sony goes, hey, look at these graphics, shiny. Look at Grand Theft Auto now, shiny. Look at this first-person title, super shiny.
Maybe I'm different than the average person, but I graphics don't impress me anymore. Like, it can look as real.
Yeah, no,
I think there's an excellent animated something I saw on TikTok or somewhere once. It's like, I'm gonna make these people fucking sit down and play an old video game until they realize it's about the game, not about these stupid fucking graphics. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm sure that's like one of the appeals of GTA is that it has that really cool art style but it's an art style. It's realistic. That's the point, right?
Yeah.
But if the game's not fun, it could have the most realistic grass, the most realistic tree. I think a great example of a game that is boring. I'm not trying to say it's super boring, but I'm sorry for people who like this game. Oh God, what was that game that came out? Fuck, it just lost me. It was at PAX East and West, and it was like an open world adventure game, and you I think not something blood. I could be wrong. I'll look it up. I'll look it up here in a second. But anyways, the point being, you need it. That's how forgetful it was. The point being, it should be fun. The point of games is fun, and it doesn't matter what it looks like. And it's the art style. Crimson Desert. That's exactly.
Crimson Desert is great.
I think it's a great example of a game that spent way too much time on graphics and looking good and beautiful, and not enough time on being fun. Which it is it has its moments, but
Yeah.
anyways,
yeah. And I will say this too, because I don't think this actually gets pushed hard enough. But this is all our fault. This is
sure.
purely all our fault. So something that I've learned, and I'm gonna tie it back. Something that I've learned as a parent, that I didn't even really think about until my kids got older, and I'm like, dang, that was really my fault. We this generation, my generation, we course correct our kids. Generally speaking, because I'm pretty sure y'all are better dads than I am, but we course correct our kids, but we don't teach them really how to say sorry. Like, I actually made that mistake. That was my bad. I'm sorry. And so now that my kids are older, they've been course corrected, and they do something and they're like, oh, and they fix it, but they don't say sorry. And I'm like, why aren't you saying sorry? And it was like, and I had to reflect on myself, like, oh, it's because I never really taught you that doing something wrong also means you have to apologize for doing something not right, right? So when we were playing games as younger individuals, and this goes back to my kids, we were playing games as younger individuals. Growing up, I, at least generally speaking, would be like, yo, this game is amazing. And did you see the graphics on those? Like, this looks cool. That looks cool. And this looks cool. And that looks awesome. And I'm playing, and it feels like real life. So all these things that I do to describe the game, and of course the games are fun, right? All these things that I do to describe a game, I've also taught my kids. Like, this is fun. Did you see that? Oh, look at that. That's almost like, oh, did you see that? The lighting on here is so now the generation, and I think it was more than just me, because a lot of younger individuals are this way. Now kids are like, graphics, frames, graphics, and you're like, what about the gameplay? But the graphics, though, the graphics have to be just right in order for me to play this. Like, I can't play this without the graphics in the frame. And you're like, but is it fun? But the graphics, though. And so now we're kind of living in this like karma, I want to say. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing with like buying stuff digitally, unfortunately, because I'm looking and even thinking of my Switch, like my library. I'm like, dang, a lot of my stuff is digital. It's actually more stuff digital than I have physical. And I have 2 cases full of things that are this isn't even half the stuff like that I have, but that's not even half. And the stuff that's digital is 4 times that. So it's like, but it's all out of convenience. So I'm conveniently buying stuff digitally. And at the same time, I'm like, why are we buying stuff digitally? It should be physical. It's like that one mom in the house who was like eating in her room, and she's like, why are you eating in your room? You shouldn't be in your room. Nobody should be eating in your mom. You're eating in your room. I pay the bills around here. It don't matter. Yeah. So it was our fault. We set this up ourselves, and unfortunately, at this point in time, like, we got to eat crow. This is where we're living now. But that's my take.
I'll say one other thing too. I guess the other difference between our time growing up, or not to date myself here, but it has gone from the schoolyard arguments or recess arguments to it's on your phone everywhere you go now. And that's the thing where you already have presumptions about a game. You've already had knockout, drag out arguments about a game before you ever picked it up. Which is crazy, because back then, to even talk about a game, you had to play it first. And if you didn't play it, you're listening to somebody who did play it tell you about what's going on in it, or the only other thing you have is information from a commercial, or you're looking at it in a GamePro magazine together with your friends. And that was the only real, tangible way for you to get information about a game then now. But you have people literally spreading misinformation about games for money now. So you have a wealth of information time you unlock your phone, and it could be good or bad. And that's completely changed the culture on how all of this stuff works now. So it'd be real easy for an evil corporation to say, all we have to do is at the end of every one of our ads that are not ads that people could recognize, it could just be a group of influencers on a podcast. And at the end, they just magically say, this game will be way cheaper if you buy it digitally. And here we go. So those kind of things can happen over time, and they'll massage the entire population to believe or take whatever is being offered to them. So we have that as well, in addition to us, arguing about things that aren't important. When the important things happen, it hits us like a brick when it was in our face the entire time. So I screamed up and down about one situation that happened a long time ago. I know this conversation kind of like there's it polarizing a little bit, but the big thing that bothered me the most about the whole Jeff Gerstmann situation it wasn't just him, and it wasn't just about the whole the Depression Quest game. It was about the fact, knowing that you have gaming press being directly influenced by publishers, and you have gaming press also colluding in game journal pros. So it was already happening back then when, IGN was still selling like magazines that you could print out as PDFs back then. So it was happening way back then. So what's happening now. It's all corporate. So I don't know what I hate to sound like a doomer here, but I don't know what the right answer is to resolve this. But it's happened in front of our faces, and we couldn't really fight the monster that was with us the entire time. And it seems like they had every weapon at their disposal. So if we use one thing to combat them, they just come around a different way and just say, hey, well, you know what? And now everything's more expensive. So what are you going to do now? So it's just the nature of the beast, I guess. And if you enjoy your games, enjoy them while you can afford them, I guess, or while you have the time to. Because it seems like you won't have either the way things are going. The games are going to want to drain your time or your money, one of the two.
Yeah.
But I also think that, like, just taking steps, it's like, yeah, it's definitely not a great look in the near term future, but like pulling at the threads that we do have of opportunity to improve this climate and what's in front of us, and stand up through local legislation, through statewide, so et cetera. I think that's where it starts. That's how you build a movement. That's how you build community and a coalition around this. And I think there's a lot of people who feel the same way we all do and want, our wallets to stay that way. So, as always said, not to counteract the doomer, but I just want to try to leave it out on a positive. Like,
oh yeah.
Yes. It looks bleak, but in the face of the overwhelming negative, it's not all over, and there are options and there are ways we can fight this, and there's ways that we can improve how we consume media in the future. And it starts with just us and like how we consume media and how we interact with it. And like you said, like the constant back and forth on Twitter with people who are, I think it said something came out the other day that was like, they think half of all internet traffic is AI bots. Like, how those people aren't even real, like genuinely. And it's like, so be conscious of your digital diet and your digital and how you consume digital media and how you do these things and how you get involved, and spend less time. Obviously it's easy to preach this, better, harder in practice, right? But just be conscious in like how you interact with those things and and what you decide to give breath to and give life to. Anyways, yeah, Prime, you have your finger up. Go ahead.
Obviously, a lot has been said since the last time I talked. I'm not going to get into everything because I'll go off on my own little rant.
We still haven't had Birder, Eric, or I talk.
Yep, I know. I know. That's why I'm still keeping this brief. As I said, I'm not going off on my rant.
30 minutes later.
No. I just wanted to note like this interesting thing because it's been brought up multiple times about trying to fight this and trying to this and that. I don't think most people want to fight it. I think it's happening because this is just what a majority of consumers prefer. And I think sometimes we get caught up in the corporate greed sense, not realizing that this entire generation grew up with instant access to your apps on your phone since 2007. This is what they want. They don't want physical stores. They don't want to switch out cartridges. They don't want to worry about their pets and dogs chewing it, eating it, borrowing it. This is what they want. This is what the people want. Like, it's very strong backlash today because we are currently, the average age of gamers in the US is 37. It's the average age. We are right in the heart of the primary consumer group of video games. So we're going to be very loud about this because we grew up with physical. But we're not the next generation of consumers. And they don't give a shit. So I think sometimes when you're talking about fighting things, like right to repair is different. It's about a physical item that you should have the ability to fix because it is a physical item. We're not talking about right to surface your disc. You can do that. Yeah. No one's stopping you from resurfacing your disc. You're talking about right of ownership, and we've never owned software. And that requires such sweeping changes in law that will likely never happen because then that means we own Windows. That means we own iOS. That means we own Android. It'll never happen because it's software. And it's literally always been the same licensing this whole time. All that's happened is because physical is going away. People are becoming more and more aware that we don't actually own the software we buy. We just own licensing keys. And that's like a worldwide thing that'll never change because it protects the companies. And I know we can hate on the companies, but Nintendo owns Mario. I don't own Mario. But if suddenly I completely own that copy, anything with that Mario in that game, I now do own. And I can do anything I want with it. And they don't want people to do that. They want that ownership to stick with the company who made the software. So that's why just like a general point that I don't think anything's going to happen. And I don't think most people want things to happen. I think we're just extremely loud because we're the biggest consumer group. Most consumers aren't talking about this. I was literally at Walmart today with my kids grocery shopping in the electronics section, watching people talk about video games. Not a single fucking person mentioned that physical games are going away in 2028. Nobody cares. They're not watching. They're not paying attention. Like, I'm not saying nobody. Nobody's a strong word. I did say that word. I didn't say nobody. Not nobody. I just think it's a very strong, financially stable group of people saying this. But for the most part, it's just it's just water under the bridge. Even us. Think about us on this panel. We all own digital games. Is there one of you guys that doesn't own digital? And why'd you get it? It seems like Sandstorm for convenience.
Yep.
I'm not going to feel guilty for buying a digital game for convenience. Why should I feel guilty about saving my time?
Steam sales. No, that's not the argument I'm making at all.
Because like physical games could go away. I know you're not making that argument for Lamb. I'm not trying to put it in your mouth. I'm just pointing out that like there's this general sentiment around video games that like we need to save this. We need to save. But why? Consumers are actively showing that's not what they're interested in. Like we could talk about digital sales and being shoved down our throat. Well, guess what? Nintendo didn't get to 50-50 on their own game releases. 50-50. If you go look at the stats, it's 50% digital, 50% physical. Nintendo didn't twist our arms to do that 50% digital. That's because customers wanted that convenience and they valued it over what physical offers. Nothing we say about physical with ownership and being able to play your games in 20 years. These people don't care about that.
Yeah, touche.
They're not going to be playing this shit in 20 years. They're not going to be playing it in a year. Most of these games. It seems true for me, by the way. I'm one of those people. So that's why, like, I don't want options to go away, but they're going away because how we choose to consume. It's not just like Netflix wasn't shoved down our throat. We chose to do it because we liked it better than buying things individually. Like and yes, corporations took advantage. Of course they did.
Right.
Of course they did. But we're not going to go backwards. The whole reason we switched to this, that reason still exists. It's too inconvenient. And it feels stupid to say going to a fucking store to buy something's too fucking inconvenient. But it's not just that. It's the unwrapping it, the having to put it in. Oh, to find out that your Blu-ray player isn't compatible with this fucking Blu-ray because it's a new format that your Blu-ray player doesn't support. And you need to buy the $700 Blu-ray player to play it. Or, oh my God, my daughter opened it and now the disc is scratched and I can't watch the special features. Don't have to worry about any of that. Or fumbling through your discs to try to put the right one in for the movie you want to watch that night when you could just go on a menu and type in, I don't know, whatever the hot shit movie is. Maybe you're watching the latest Game of Thrones stuff. So you type in the House of the Dragon and you won't go watch that. It's just right there, instantly available. That convenience, along with none of the drawbacks outside of the fact that you could lose access someday. And you know the way the world works now in the streaming world, when you lose access, that just means your show went to a different streaming service. So you could just switch and go to that streaming service instead.
Or CLCs.
I think this all sucks, and I think we're spending way more money on subscriptions today than we used to spend on basic cable back in the day and all that.
Yes.
And I know I'm still paying for basic cable because I want my sports.
That was the plan all along anyway.
Yeah, that was always the plan. They were never going to get rid of basic cable. It was going to suddenly become much. I'll say this: if you get basic cable, it's actually not that bad of a deal now compared to everything out there. It's really not. You got to deal with commercials. But it's really not that bad.
But these days, I mean, when do you not have to deal with commercials? You know what I mean? Like, that's a premium now.
Yeah, when you're rich, you get the premium tiers and everything.
I'm the worst of it now because I tried to cut the cord, and what ended up happening was I ended up still having cable. Still having subscription services, and now I still manage all my media locally at home on my own NAS.
Yeah,
so it's like I'm doing all three of them at the same time, and I never got rid of anything that I wanted to get rid of.
Yeah, sports maybe not able to get rid of cable or anything like that. I have to have access, and it's like, goddamn, there's just no way to get it with just streaming service. Like, oh, go to this one. Like, dude, you're all missing shit. Like, fuck.
Yeah,
it's cheaper to get through cable.
On that aside, though, the DMCA has only been amended once, and since 1998, and that was 2 years ago, and it was just to say, hey, the exemption rule. It is the exemption rule. Only the Library of Congress can approve it, and that was the only. That was the only amendment to the entire thing.
Yeah.
So
change.
I don't know what we're gonna do as far as digital ownership, but it's gonna be a big fight.
Yeah, and I guess I just want to do one counter thing. I know that it is going to require a lot of change and a lot of work, but that's what I'm trying to say is take the steps to start that change, because you are like as cheesy and reading rainbow ass as it sounds. It generally is like movements start with you, and it starts. You can build towards a better future and a future that you want. And if that is something you want, or even if you are just a vocal minority that is seeing what is happening to video games as a media, and you want to prevent what's happening to them, the way that what happened to music and streaming services, at least in a way, or at least if we want to keep that convenience, keep the companies within legal bounds so that they can't abuse us as the consumers as much as they are currently, then take the steps and get involved. That's all I say about that, because you can make a difference and you can fight this. And that's all I'll leave it at. And I'll
stop.
As Captain America said, the choice is yours.
Other people
maybe that's my hopeful, naive, hopeful optimism, but that's just me.
Your youth has not taken it away from you yet.
Yeah, and but I mean, like, aside from video games, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. Not everybody can keep the hopeful optimism, so it's like I might as well keep it for somebody. I'll keep it going as much as I can. Anyways, this is a good point for me to jump off. Actually, I gotta go. So I was gonna do my exit there. Yeah. Sorry for a short time tonight, and sorry for getting a little divisive, but I felt like it had to be said, and I appreciate you guys for giving me a platform and listen and hear, at the very least, hear me out.
You're all good, man.
Yeah, man. I hope you all have a fantastic night. Chat, you as well. If you guys like Deltarune right now, especially, I'm your guy. I love me some Deltarune, posting a lot of Deltarune stuff. But I also like Nintendo games, and I talk about Nintendo stuff. I'm going to do a video about the Mario and Sonic games, just like I was telling you about. And otherwise, it was wonderful to meet some of you gentlemen. It's wonderful to see a lot of you guys again, and I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your night.
All right. Later, man.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys. Hope you have a good one. See ya.
All right. Game Bird, Your thoughts, man? I know
You're
you're
all
a
fucked.
big
You're
physical
all
gamer
fucked.
as well.
Your corporate masters own you. You're fucked.
I like
How's
the,
that for optimism?
I
No,
like
listen,
preference.
Stash, when you started this topic, you asked a question. How did you feel this morning when you saw the news? And you also mentioned like this is something we've all talked about a bunch. We've talked about this so many times. I think we've all been mentally, physically, and emotionally preparing for this for a long time. I know Shadow Fox, you talked about Unreal getting its patches and saying like you've been preparing for a long ass time.
Long time.
That being said, and I went on a whole last time we talked about this very topic, I went on a whole spiel about not embracing the digital future means getting left behind in a new generation. What's gonna with Sony, and it's come true. People were telling me I was crazy, that I'm just like giving in. I'm like, no, that's not what I'm saying. Support your physical, but the inevitable is coming.
Yeah.
And when it does, if you didn't adopt digital games, you're going to be left behind. I'm like 95% physical on my PS5. If PS6 comes out and I pick up that console, most of my library I will not be able to play on this new platform if it's backwards compatible. Only my digital games, which is a very small percentage of my library. That's what I mean about getting left behind. You're going to have a bunch of stuff that you can't use unless you're keeping or buying old hardware, fixing up old hardware. That being said, even though I've been prepared for this, and you guys know I'm a big collector. I love collecting video games. I've never gotten rid of a single console, a handheld. I have a collection of games starting back from the NES when I first got into video games. I woke up I was very sad about this. It felt very weird to just see this story front and center, even though I've been ready for it. I think I've even made comments like, if PS6 isn't digital only, it'll be the last time Sony gives us that option. And I thought that if it was an option with PS6, it would be an add-on, just like how PS5 Pro, you can buy that little disk drive add-on for it for like $80 or whatever. So I was sad. It's weird, man. It's, and this is part of getting old. I mean, someone mentioned, I think Nate mentioned Netflix. It's like, man, I've got so many fond memories of Blockbuster and renting movies and renting games or renting consoles even. Yeah, times are changing. It feels like they're changing fast, and it's going to be insane to see the domino effect, not just on the video game industry, but physical media in general. Over the last year, I've started, I've been using streaming platforms for so long now, but I've started to rebuild a movie collection over the last year of just movies that I love. How many times have you guys gone on to a streaming service or search for a movie that you love that you really want to watch and it's not available anywhere?
Yep.
So I've started picking up movies that I love, and I've built a nice little collection going. I'm having so much fun doing it, but it's scary to think of like the domino effect this is going to have outside of gaming. And I do wonder, Nintendo's going to be, assuming they're going to be the company that carries the torch the longest. It would be a real shocker if they dipped out before Microsoft. I can't see a world where that happens. I'm really curious to see what happens. We talked about like retail space, walking into stores a couple of years from now, going into the electronics department, and the only video games that the eye can see are Nintendo games. There's no other platform with games on the shelves. What do holidays look like, when we talk about game sales? Because think about when, like, as a parent, Nate, I know, you and I have done our Christmas shopping for the kids. Like as a parent, Sandstorm, you're a parent. I'm not sure if you are, Shadow, but like
grandparent.
There you go. So like as a parent, like if you've ever bought video games for your kids, I've never bought my kids digital cards, or I've never like ordered a code on Amazon before. I like to buy a gift that I could wrap and put under the tree and watch my kid open on Christmas morning. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens with those like holiday software sales. I wonder if that gives Nintendo just like that added edge of people being in stores. And I know that a lot of people do their Black Friday shopping now online, but still, we still have that on foot traffic. But I don't know, man. It's really sad. It feels like a death in the family. You know, video games being part of the family, having grown up with them, it like there's going to be like this void that follows. But Nate's right though. We've talked about this again. Like as much as the old heads, we're dinosaurs, guys. We're going extinct. We're a dying breed of people who care about physical media. Unfortunately, kids do want convenience. Kids don't want to have to worry about like I misplaced my Switch cartridge or their disc, switching discs. They hate it. Yeah. They hate it. Yeah. They want everything at the press of a button. Just that convenience. Everything everywhere all at once is what they want. I told my kids about this morning. They're on summer break right now. Mm-hmm. And they looked I don't know what it says about me and my age, but they look so unfazed. I had like a look of like deep concern. I was like more sickly pale than I already am, with a look of deep concern, and they're just like blank, expressionless as I'm telling them like this horrific news. And then they just go on with their day. I don't even think they added no words of comfort. No, that's insane. I can't believe it. That's crazy. It's like, okay.
They don't have a comparable experience. Like I'm pretty sure everybody here is old enough to remember you having, whether you bought the game or somebody else bought the game, you have the anticipation of going to a store, Toys R Us, Best Buy, or whatever at the time, and you go pick out the game that you want. Tell my age, they had cards out there, and you walk it out to the front, then they bring you the game.
Yep.
And on the way home, you're opening the case, you're smelling it, you're pulling out the manual, reading the manual till you get home.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All of that was an event for you until you played the game and whatnot. And you would go back and read the book read the manual while you're playing the game and stuff like that. And back then, you kind of had to read the manual to know how to play the game because they didn't have a lot of in-game tutorials in a lot of those early games. So it was an experience on its own. And I don't think with today, you play Call of Duty, you just follow the guy that says follow over his head. And that walks you through the first half of the game for you.
Yeah.
So
how many people here bought games growing up based on cover art or the screenshots and description on the back?
Oh, absolutely. 1,000.
You know what I mean?
1,000%.
You just be browsing. You didn't know what shit was. You're like, dude, this game looks sick, and it was just like a badass cover that was hand drawn.
That's how I discovered.
The irony is. That is actually how I got into Call of Duty, or not Call of Duty, how I got into Grand Theft Auto. My first ownership of Grand Theft Auto was San Andreas, and my mom, this is what we talk about casual consumers back in the day. She just saw the front and it said Grand Theft Auto, and she looked at the back, and there's like nothing really actually bad on the case, besides the sexy lady on the front. And she's like, she hands it to me, and then next thing I'm playing this all night and day on Christmas. Next thing you know, she's like, what is all this swearing? What is going on? Why are people being shot? What is going on here? And I'm like, this is Grand Theft Auto, Mom. She's like, I thought this was a racing game.
I mean, it is kind of.
Yeah.
Make it look like one for a moment.
But yeah, I think for me, it's sad. It's the end of an era. It feels like a death in the family to me, and I say that, tongue in cheek. But
question, Gamer.
Yeah.
What do you do now? Because like you said, physical. You would wrap it up real nice. You would set up. A lot of us parents would like maybe hint to the kid you're getting a new console by throwing some games out there, and they're like, "What are these games for?" And then you hand them a console, and they're like, oh. But like, do you just like print the cover on a piece of paper and stuff it in a stocking? Like
Now it's just a PSN card in the stocking, and that's it at this point.
You know, it's just things have changed so much, and I don't know. It's times are different now. Two of my kids are not even that into video games. It's like they've got their Fortnite, and like that's a game of the generation. They don't really need much more than that. My youngest, I'm trying my best to introduce to like all these, like really, like I have him playing Ratchet and Clank right now for the first time. Rift Apart, it's his first Ratchet and Clank. But I've gotten him on Pokemon and Mario, and I'm hoping when Ocarina of Time remake comes out, we could play that together. Hopefully he gets into it more so than the others do. But I mean, like times are just different. Even like the way kids interact, like when we were growing up, I can't speak for you guys, but like just as a generalization, I feel like when we were growing up, I spent so much time with my friends, like hanging out, going places, whether we're hanging out at each other's houses, hanging out at the mall, whatever it was. I feel like a lot of kids now spend more time experiencing their friendship on the phone than they do in person. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm not.
I would say
100%
this
on that
too,
one,
as an observation as well, because this is something that's really big that's changed too, is that when we used to go over friends' houses, like all my, well, not all of them, but the majority of my friends are gamers. They may not be to the same knowledge as I am in the gaming industry, but they're gamers. And so when we used to have two different consoles, two different devices, but end up having the same games, we would talk about just like the games and what we experienced in the game. It wasn't like, oh, your game is running trash. It's not, comparable to my system that runs this game at this level. And likewise, when we had a game that the other person didn't have, you spent your time in awe over the game that they were showing you. You know what I mean? Like, oh my gosh, like this is an awesome game. Like, how can I play this? Oh, well, you can only play it on this system. You're like, okay, I need to convince my parents to get me this system because I need this game. I want to play this game too. It wasn't like, oh, that's an exclusive and you don't have this exclusive, so you're trash. And the third parties are only coming here. This is the only place you can play it. Greatness. So yeah, it's like, I don't know. The world is like the much darker version of what we knew.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
it is. I agree with
And
you on that.
last point I'll end on is that I would really
Bird,
like to see.
do you have some more thoughts?
Yeah. Last thought I wanted to throw out there is I would really love to see after this announcement what like sales are going to look like going forward now for physical, because why would people buy physical now other than like people who want to collect, like people like us, but like that your average person, why would you buy physical now for PlayStation knowing that it's being phased out? And if you care about backwards compatibility at all, you're not going to be able to play your physical PS5 games on PS6, right? I mean, that would be the assumption. So they already are predominantly digital. Nintendo's the weird exception, because all the oldies like us who grew up playing Nintendo. I'd be really curious to see what happens to physical sales with Sony now that there's really no incentive to buy a disc from them ever again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Long story short, Stash, I'm sad. We've been bracing for this. I always tell myself I'm going to be ready when it happens, but like many things in life, I don't think we're ever truly ready. And
yeah,
I got a lot of memories on these shelves in front of me, and so I'm thankful. I'm grateful for the collection that I have, for all the memories and experiences. And I have no plans to get rid of them. When I want to enjoy them, if I want to enjoy them, I'll be playing them and showing my kids or showing my grandkids. So, yeah.
good. Eric, what are your thoughts, man?
Yeah, I know. I didn't even know this happened until Nate texted the group and was like, well, Sony just gave us a topic for the podcast. I'm like, what the hell did Sony do? And I saw it and went, well, that sucks. And then I had to get back to work. You know, it sucks mainly for us, our generation. But yeah, I just have this weird ass feeling though that even though Sony's gonna be the first to kill off physical, and Nintendo will be the last one. Watch when Nintendo finally kills off physical, they'll get the most shit because they're actually ending physical games.
Mm-hmm. Definitely gonna happen.
I wonder if in my lifetime Nintendo doesn't want that reputation to be the one that ended it, so they just the rest of my lifetime they just keep physical. Switch 3, Switch 4, Switch 5, all still physical. Nintendo doesn't want the reputation of being the one to kill it.
Yeah, I don't know.
And people would hate them for that too.
Just let go of this.
Is this game physical?
What's wrong with you? Wasting shelf space.
Yeah. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't type of thing. You know, it's
yeah.
I don't know. I don't really have much to say because we all knew this was coming. We all just were kind of hoping that it would be
another day
later than sooner.
Push it back another generation.
Yeah, right.
You know, I had that faint hope that they would sell PS6 without a disc drive, but still let you buy a disc drive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that hope is gone.
You're right. Well, I mean, actually, you know what, Nate? People who are actually probably happy with this are used game stores because now you're going to have to go back and buy a PS5, a PS4, type of thing to play all your old games.
Sure, there might be a temporary boost in satiation, and then 15 years from now, that boost is gone and they're fucked.
Right.
Because all they have to sell new is Nintendo games.
Right.
That's assuming Nintendo's still even doing physical 15 years from now, which they might not be.
True.
So,
what would be funny is if retail stores changed the name of the gaming department to the Nintendo department. You know, you're going to excuse me, where's your Nintendo department? And it's just like an entire.
I saw the funniest thing today. Because you know how like some of Microsoft's games that they're coming to Switch 2 suddenly have physical versions when they didn't have physical anywhere else. Indiana Jones and Oblivion. Someone was like, Microsoft has like the funniest thing. You wait till all the layoffs happen, this record layoff that's about to happen, right? You get all that bad news out of the way, and and all this blowback to Sony, and then you announce Helix with physical support. just to fuck with people. You're just fucking with people at that point. That's all you're doing. You're just fucking with them because your games aren't on the disc. So like, what the fuck are you doing?
They go cartridge too.
They're just like, hey, we need some sort of goodwill. We'll take the goodwill of the physical collectors, even though we don't release physical games.
Right.
We just needed that goodwill reputation hit because we fired half our fucking employees. Like, okay, yeah, that's gonna do it for you. That'll make up for it.
GameStop would become Retro Stop.
They already are. They're rebranding all their stores into GameStop Retro right now.
True.
Pretty much, yeah. All right, Stash, your topic, your thoughts, man. What do you got?
All right. So bear with me, guys. I got a lot of thoughts here, but at least I wrote them out, so I won't be giving you a lot of ums throughout this, okay? So, for starters, I think Sony timed this just right. They obviously announced it on the backs of Rockstar, announcing GTA 6 as digital only just a week ago. And my opinion, you cannot tell me for 1 second that this was not coordinated and planned in conjunction. 100%. 2. No better time to announce this than right now, before the Microsoft layoffs become fully confirmed. So this way, your negative news gets buried by Microsoft's layoffs all before holiday weekend in your biggest market, the United States. This always happens. Again, Lamb talked about it earlier. politics, but they always pass bullshit bills on a Friday before a holiday weekend. Always. Same thing happening here. This is how your negative news gets brushed under the rug. And now Microsoft can basically, Sony can pass the baton back to Microsoft. Start shitting the bed again.
Nintendo, don't answer the call when Microsoft calls. Okay, we don't need more shit. We don't need a third certification right now.
It says Microsoft. Don't answer.
Don't answer. Well, they might be finally bringing over all the rare games. No, it's a trap.
Third point that I had on just my initial thoughts was, Ed, I don't know if anyone's talked about this. This is just what I'm thinking. I think Sony's predicting a down market for PS6 due to the uncontrollable nature of the pricing of the components. And in all my years managing, there's no better time to institute a negative change, a negative impact to, the staff, to the business, in this case, to the consumer, than when you're predicting a down market. So in turn, because of this change, right, Sony no longer has to spend money on the software production and can make a good amount of money on their direct consumer from the PlayStation Store. So they're not taking a negative in that. And then as far as the memory components, again, Sony owns Blu-ray. This is a controllable for them. The memory, that's not a controllable. But hey, we own Blu-ray. Let's just stop making them. If we stop making them, we can make more money on software, right? And again, obviously by announcing it now, it plants a seed in every consumer's mind. It should, if you have any common sense, to not be surprised when PS6, of course, is announced as a discless console. And even when PS5 Pro was announced and said the disc drive was going to be sold separate, the writing was 100% on the wall then. When the generation started in 2020, the writing was on the wall when you had both options. We've known the split for digital physical. I've brought up the split several times here. Sony's at like an 80-20 right now, physical to digital. Microsoft is at about it. Last I checked was a 92-8. In my opinion, Microsoft is already out of the physical game. So when we say we thought Microsoft, would be the first one to do it, in my opinion, they were. They're out of the game. I talked about this last year on the podcast. I went to Best Buy. Went there to go pick up a pre-order. They're taking down all the Microsoft shit. I told you guys about this. I have pictures of it. I asked them about it. Yeah. We're not going to be carrying any of their physical stuff. Sam's Club did this over a year ago. You guys remember that? People shared it all over. I don't even shop there. I go to Costco, but same thing with Sam's Club, man. They stopped carrying it a long time ago. So Microsoft, I don't even count them. They don't have their shit together. I don't take them serious right now. They're out of the physical game. So to me, this has always been between Sony and Nintendo as far as how this was going to all pan out. I think something Sony's going to do is with the PS6, they will say that by not including a disc drive, we were able to lower the cost of PlayStation 6 in an effort to try and earn themselves a win with the consumer. And I think a lot of the sheep will eat it up and believe it. Sadly, but that's predictable. Here's some of the concerns that I have. These are really like my concerns and observations coming into this is that obviously, guys, previously we had the option to buy physical or digital, and prices were always going to be different unless it was at launch. many times, and I'm sure you guys are the same way, I could go to the store, right? Maybe I need to grab something at Walmart. I don't like going to Target at all. I've talked about this before. There's a bunch of drones in there, NPCs everywhere, zombies, dude. I don't want to go in there. Michaela will be like, "You want to go to Target with me?" I'm like, no. You know the answer. Of course not. However, when you go, can you check the video game section for me? See if there's anything clearanced out. Because you guys know sometimes Target does some crazy clearances. So, and I'll see someone post about it on X. I'm like, shit, wonder what mine looks like, but I don't want to go there. So if she goes, I'll have her look. But the point is, like, you could always find a deal on physical. Walmart, Target, Best Buy, Black Friday, of course, even though that's kind of a sham now, unfortunately. And you can find games for like $10-20, and then you look on the eShop or the PlayStation store and they're like full price, $60. Meanwhile, the store's got to discount it. Every once in a while, that would work in the opposite direction, right? Every once in a while, the game's cheaper on the eShop or the store than it is in retail. But for the most part, you could find it cheaper in stores. That will be gone now. That option is no longer going to be on the table, right? That sucks. Obviously, you can't sell digital games. Nintendo has done what they've done with the key cards, which allows you to sell them. What I'm talking about is with Sony, Xbox. Like, you can't sell digital games. We know this. You can't even put your digital collection in your will. I can't pass it down to my godson. I can't legally do it. I can give him my logins. We can act like I'm still alive. I don't know how long you can do that for. I don't know if I'll ever get strict on checking that stuff. But the point is, you can't even pass your digital collection on after you've left this life we live. Another one. Okay, digital games. Obviously, you can't trade them in after you beat them. Now, look, I don't personally do this, but there's millions of gamers that do, right? GameStop has built a business off of this. Younger gamers, especially, who don't have, they might not have jobs yet. They might not be able to legally work yet. They might not have the work experience even, to go out and get a job and make some decent money. And this is how they're able to game. And I respect the grind because, there was a period in my life where I traded in games. Granted, it was a short period, and it was short because I didn't like trading in my games for pennies on the dollar. Thought it was complete bullshit. I didn't like that at all. It was not a good feeling. So, what do? You figure out how to make more money, right? Because you're not going to stop gaming. However, man, that option, that won't be around anymore. Next thing is, I expect GameStop to run very aggressive promotions for the next several years so that they can build up a massive stock of physical games and set the market value. I expect GameStop to get in front of this immediately. And I expect eBay sellers to look at GameStop as like the official pricing comp, kind of like Beckett. I don't know if you guys collected sports cards back in the day, but you always had the Beckett would list the price, or Zillow for real estate. I think GameStop wants to get in front of that and set the pricing and be the comp for everybody. And that's how they're going to make a lot of money. That's how they're going to stay in the game. Literally. That's how GameStop will stay in it. Obviously, when GameStop eats up all the physical inventory, it's going to force the mom and pop stores to close earlier than they probably want it to. A thought I had is, I wonder how much this is going to increase my current physical collection and value, both short and long term. That's something to think about for anyone who has a physical collection. It was discussed that retail would stock game cards, just like when you go to the grocery store, and they sell gift cards there. Like if you need to get a present, birthday present, a gift for somebody, and you're like, oh shit, I forgot to do it. Well, I can always stop at the grocery store, right, and get a gift card. They're saying retailers are going to do that. And of course, Best Buy is already doing that. I think the last time I was there, God, they had so many Switch cards. Like that look like gift cards, that are games. Xbox has been doing it for a long time. I think it's pretty lame. I think game gift cards are good for gift giving. Like if you can't buy the game, but outside of that, like I'm going to go to Best Buy and buy an actual game, right?
Dude, that's like, to me, it's so weird to like go to a game section and browse game like gift cards, just like shuffling through the different cards. It's so lame.
Weird. Yeah,
it's weird. Lame. Yeah.
And look, to me, there's no benefit to me, like getting ready, leaving the house, leaving the mountains where I live, hitting the road, driving with all the NPCs on the road that are looking down at their phone, driving like shit. You know what I mean? Like spending gas. I drive a Jeep Wrangler. It ain't cheap. Spending gas, spending the time out on the road, going out in 110, 15 degree weather for the next 6 months here in Arizona. Drive to my local Best Buy to buy basically a video game gift card. Who's going to do that? Even if someone gives me the gift of a Best Buy gift card, I can use that card on bestbuy.com to buy the game digitally from Best Buy, and they'll send me the digital code immediately. Mm-hmm. So there's literally 0 point whatsoever in me driving to a store to buy a game now for Sony or Microsoft. So all these retailers just lost all of that foot traffic, because I know I'm not the only one who thinks that would be a really dumb idea to go through all of that just to go buy a little card when I can buy it on the shop. I don't have to leave my couch. Why would I do that? And again, if I have a gift card, I can just use it on the website. So they're screwed there. I mentioned this several times on the podcast that over the last 2 years that I expect Nintendo to own the retail space. And again, this is great for Nintendo. Xbox, they're already gone basically everywhere. I don't see them anywhere. We knew PlayStation would go next, but now Nintendo's going to own that shit. And it's going to be interesting to see how they treat that. Because you can look at it as this is an opportunity that just fell in our lap. Right? Like, we're the only ones who have physical. Our competition left. They left the gym. There's nobody here now, man. It's just us. What do we do now? Again, you guys mentioned it before about the game key cards. I never saw anything negative about these things. Like, I get it. You want your full game on there. I get that. I get downloads suck. I get that there's people in areas where you don't have good internet. Totally, I get all of that. But this was a meet in the middle thing. It's always been about the publishers. Okay. They don't want to pay all the money to get those games to retail. It's always come down to the publishers.
I don't want to interrupt you, but yeah. Real quick, I just want to say it's just really strange how a publisher does not want to do their job that they exist to do.
Yep.
Market and and produce the game and manufacture it so it can be on shelves. That's literally their job. But you can continue.
Yeah. And I agree with you on that. I think it's crazy. But somewhere along the way, the suits really took over the gaming world and started making a lot of decisions. Yeah, the people who don't even play video games. It's like, I worked in corporate management for so many years. And so many employees didn't respect people in corporate. But they respected me, and the reason why is because I worked all the positions. I know how to do all of it. I did your job. I excelled at it, and that's why I'm here now. So I get it, and I get that all these other people that I work with, like, facts be facts, I get it. They don't know how the fuck to do your job. They don't know anything about it. And if they sat in your chair, they'd get their asses handed to them. They'd quit. Honestly, it's too hard. Sometimes when you go up, things get easier. So I totally get that. But that's what you have now a lot in video games is the suits making all the decisions. That all they do are they're looking at the money. It's like with sports, man. And they're just looking at all the numbers, the analytics. They're building a team off analytics and nothing else. Very similar. And that's not the complete answer, obviously. Another thing I thought about though, guys, is that as of January 2028, the only time you'll be going to a midnight launch will be for a Nintendo game.
Oh yeah, that's wild.
I was thinking about that, and like I talked about this just a couple weeks ago that I was excited at the prospect of pre-ordering GTA 6 physically so I could attend the midnight launch, kind of document it because it's such a huge moment for gaming. And I thought it'd be fun, nostalgic, and it would guarantee a great turnout of excited gamers. It'd probably be really good energy, good vibes. It'd just be a fun way to celebrate 13 years of waiting for the next GTA. And obviously that's not going to happen anymore. So I expect the next game that will generate enough pre-orders to justify a midnight launch would be for Ocarina of Time.
Yes.
It's really exciting, right?
Oh, I'll be there, baby.
I'll be there too. But I was thinking, okay, well, after that,
one more piece of business out of me before they shut down.
Well, I thought about it too. I'm like, all right, after that, then what? I'm like, well, 3D Mario,
Smash Bros.
I bet Smash Bros. Yep.
Smash Bros. Yeah.
Like those three feel good.
If it's physical, Kingdom Hearts 4.
Yeah, that would be one. Good call.
Yeah.
Pokemon. Yeah, Pokemon.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, that's one that I feel like would be one of the games, period, to go last and go digital is Pokemon because they know it sells so well.
It's crazy you say that. I feel like because it sells so well, they'd be the ones to be like, let's go Game Geek Card right now. Because they did it with Pokopia. Like, they don't care. Right. They know people are going to buy their shit no matter what.
Yeah, true.
So but I hope I'm wrong. I hope Wind and Waves is not a key card, please. Please no.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Please don't say Pokopia was starting a trend, please.
So I think Nintendo owns the midnight launch. Yeah, go from January 2028, and again, this is going to happen fast. Time flies. It'll be here before we know it. 2 points left. I'm done. Best Buy. I remember when they stopped selling CDs back in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when they announced that they would stop selling movies in 2024, and I said, "Shoot, it means we're getting
so wild, dude.
We're getting that much closer to video games." That was my immediate concern and thought, and my talking point was like, "Oh, the Grim Reaper's coming, man. He's about to knock on that door too." And I had said Microsoft is basically there. Sony will follow suit, and Nintendo would be the last of the Mohicans when it comes to physical gaming. And here we are, exactly as it was foretold. And I think, guys, that the takeaway from this should be that if you want to continue to have options on Nintendo, you have to give Nintendo a legitimate reason to continue producing true physical games. Because if you don't, Nintendo, they'll have to listen to the consumer and stop producing physical games too, which gets to my last point, which is how Sony worded this shit. They said in the blog, this is a natural direction of Sony Interactive Entertainment to adapt. Like, this is such PR speak, this whole shit. Made me sick.
I called out this exact fucking
Made me
line in my
sick.
video today. I'm like, oh my
You
God,
fucked.
Sony.
Yeah, like, makes me sick. But they said to adapt to consumer trends as the general preference for digital media significantly outpaces physical disc. This transition will enable us to align more closely with how you prefers to access and play games today. Like,
so hard. I'm like, dude, we already have digital access. What you did today didn't change shit.
Dude, working so long in corporate, I have a hard time like hiding my body language, which is something I had to work on working in corporate because I was told I need to work on that.
Yeah.
Because I'll be in meetings where stuff like this is being drawn up, and like it just makes me sick hearing this shit, especially with just how it's worded. Because
as they're slowly
zero
bending
fucks-
you
zero
over.
fucks given fucking
Yeah.
statement. It's a we're shoving this in your face. We know you ain't gonna like it. Fuck you.
I just hate
Just
PR speak to begin with. The word salad shit.
That's like
We see so much of it.
We're just listening to you. We're doing you a favor. We're enhancing your ability to buy games digitally. How? You've done nothing to enhance.
That's exactly what they said. And so, look, to end it, this is Sony's way of placing all the blame on you, the consumer, because you drove this statistic. You guys all know that I buy physical more than digital. I buy digital if there is no physical. Okay, nothing's going to stop me from playing video games, but indie games, if you will, because they don't have the funds to produce a physical game out of the gate. The only way they'll produce physical is if people buy the digital, they like it, they talk about it, it gets good review scores, and it gets recommended. Or people like me review it on YouTube and spread the word. And then and only then can they say, okay, I think we've generated enough sales and support and goodwill within the gaming community to comfortably produce a physical version and turn a profit and not risk going out of business by doing this. Outside of that scenario, you guys know I'm buying physical all day. I still do, even for PlayStation. Obviously not Xbox. They don't sell physical, but anything that has a physical, I'm going to buy that first and foremost. So the takeaway is if you want to continue to have these options, you gotta support it. And if you don't care, that's okay. That's okay, because again, we're the old heads, man. We're the ones who care, and the young kids don't care as much. We've talked about this. They don't buy movies, they don't buy any of that stuff. They don't buy anything physical. It is what it is. But again, look at the 500 movies that just got removed from PlayStation. They literally got terminated. How many people bought Terminator 2? It's a great movie. I wouldn't be surprised if a decent amount of people did. And now you're just SOL. You spent $20 on it. Well, too bad. Contract's up. Nothing for you. So there's more to it than just a game sitting on a shelf. You guys mentioned it too before about the sentimental value, just picking up a game and looking at it and looking at that cover art. There's a lot of memories within that game. We all buy physical for different reasons, but if we don't have that option anymore, again, the IP holder gets to control that. Like everyone buys Ubisoft games, right? After 2 months, 6 weeks when it goes on sale. And the reason why is because they're not flying off the shelves. And then the retailer has to discount them. That's not a problem anymore. If Ubisoft thinks Assassin's Creed is worth $60 or $70 for the first 3 years that the game's out, they control it. Nobody else does anymore. You can't go on eBay. You can't go on OfferUp. You can't go on Facebook Marketplace. See if someone's trying to get rid of it. It's over. There's one place that controls all the pricing. It's not good.
Is being sued right now. For those that don't know, there's a class action lawsuit against the PlayStation Store at the moment over monopolistic practices. Kind of ironically timed with this announcement, since this should make it more monopolistic. That said, all these closed platforms have that same digital store problem. So we'll see if anything ever comes of that in a lawsuit form. I'm not sure if anything can come of it. We'll find out. One thing I want to make sure we shout out here is Paul Gale Network joining us super late in the show. How's it going, Paul? Mostly my fault, not his fault. That being said,
hey, Paul.
Obviously you got the deep of it. We're talking about the big news of the day, the bad news of the day. What are your thoughts on this whole shindig with the PlayStation ending physical games?
Like Steve said in a lot of those points, it seemed like an inevitable thing that would happen. We saw it with other mediums. There's less of an attachment that a younger generation has with physical. They didn't necessarily buy CDs, buy DVDs, have a desire or a need to collect and build up a shelf's worth, from youth. Think about it, like iPad, iPhone, other smart devices, just having access to all of these apps without a cartridge for each thing. More convenient, yes, but less of a piece of an attachment that you need to have with it. Space. Probably more people are living in smaller spaces as the world gets more populated, so the likelihood of having more space to collect stuff for a younger audience, for growing families, is also lower. So, yeah, happening with CDs, happening with movies, Netflix, streaming, all the different streaming devices. It's why buy a movie? I knew people back in the day who couldn't wait for Smallville to release all 10 seasons of that on a DVD and buy it. I don't know anybody today is like, dude, I can't wait till Stranger Things releases all 5 seasons on Blu-ray. No, why? I just watch it on Netflix. What if they don't release it later? What if they take it off? Whatever. I had my blip of attachment. I don't need that ownership. Look at Spotify. Why buy any music? Just go on the internet. So the sad thing is, like with our favorite medium, I think amongst everybody here, is video games, and seeing that tangible nature slowly go away. But, kind of to be expected as with everything else. Unfortunate in some ways for gaming overall, but since this is a primarily Nintendo-oriented podcast, is good for Nintendo, because there are still going to be millions of people every year that are out there shopping, doing their holiday shoppings. Every day is someone's birthday. Every day someone goes to the mall, someone peruses Target, someone goes to Best Buy, etc. Now, maybe people will stop going to said locations that don't have any other gaming, but gaming will still exist in some capacity because there's still non-gaming but gaming affiliated items like t-shirts, socks, costumes, amiibo, toys, crossovers with Lego, etc. So I see this really benefiting Nintendo because now there's always been an association with Nintendo and youth. Nintendo for everybody, but Nintendo definitely hits harder with the youth because you just look at, if any of you have kids, go to your kid's school and see what are the costumes in Halloween time. It's Nintendo and it's SpongeBob and Ninja Turtles and Transformers and Star Wars and Marvel and DC, but nobody's dressing up as any Xbox or PlayStation characters for the most part. You might rarely get a Ratchet and Clank or a kid in Halo, Master Chief, but you know what I mean? So like Nintendo's going to have this visible identity of gaming in the store, but also it's kind of like a Trojan horse that will work both ways with they'll have Amiibo on the shelves, they'll have the t-shirts on the shelves, and now if you are attracted to some of this Mario stuff, some of this Sonic stuff, and you want to continue your shopping with buying a game of that, you're only going to see a Nintendo game. You're only going to see Sonic Adventure 3 after your son or daughter or grandkid wanted that Sonic t-shirt because they like Sonic the Hedgehog and the movies. You're going to go to the store. You're going to be shopping around Target. Ah, there's a Sonic shirt. You know what? Let's see if they have any Sonic games. Oh, only for Nintendo? Yeah, ma'am, misters, whatever. They exist on other platforms, but you can only buy a Nintendo Switch 3 cartridge of Sonic Adventure 3. Oh, well, I don't know if he has that. Well, actually, he has both. Well, I guess I'll just get that one. How long will Nintendo last? Will they hang on in there forever and always in physical? I hope so, but part of me wouldn't be surprised if, they eventually go digital only as well. But, maybe not. Maybe they will see the value in doing things their own way. They've, marched to the beat of their own drum many times in the industry when it wasn't the most popular thing. And sometimes they've bet on themselves and it's worked out in the long run. You look at IP and how they bet on themselves. And in some ways, they really could have used more support during that N64 third-party era. But in other ways, all the first-party games that they've banked on, they're always and forever exclusive to them, which makes like an SNES Mini or a Classic Edition more compelling than a PlayStation Classic Edition because those games are available everywhere now. So it's not like you need that PlayStation Mini to experience those games. They're available, elsewhere, whereas Nintendo keeps it in-house, right? So that's a little bit of deviating from the topic, but this does help Nintendo for as long as Nintendo still does physical because they're going to be in the mind sight more in stores. There's probably plenty of analytics going on the outside though. We're really not losing much of our sales and we're pretty sure that most people will just jump ship. Like Sony's not going to tank in software sales all of a sudden. There will be some people, and I've seen some folks online very adamant, I will not buy digital only gaming. Count me out. Like Thunderstash said, though, I will never also, like you said, I will also never stop gaming. There will be nothing that ever prevents me from my medium. Like, dude, as much as, and I have kids myself, so all of my collection, yeah, it means something to me to show them my old cartridge, my old instruction booklet, flip through them, show them the different disc sizes, give them a history lesson because I'm a historian. I mean, I'm a gaming history guy. You think I have more fun saying today in gaming history, and I gotta pop up a box of a cartridge from the fat N64 box of Star Fox 64 and have a rumble pack there. Like, you think I had more fun with that or just having a digital release? It's the former. I like the physical, and I like it for many different reasons. The tangible ownership, the paper, the effort that went into it, the story. Like you said, I bet I can recall every single game that I own physically, where, when, from whom, what birthday, or approximately birthday that I got that from. And that's in the hundreds from multiple decades. Like, yep, that one, my cousins got me. That one, my friends got me. That one, I got 2 copies of, but I traded that one for a Super Soaker XXP 175 because I didn't need 2 copies of Street Fighter 2 Turbo. And like, those things are just locked in my brain, and they're all associated with physical. With digital, it's still, I remember buying this from the digital shop on PSN, Xbox, and eShop. So I still have a familiarity with, oh yeah, World of Goo. I was there, I downloaded that on the WiiWare channel, and it was a blast, but it's a little bit different having that other connection, you know? But I love gaming so much that in some ways, I'm only saying this, not that I care, not that I don't care, but I could care less if it goes digital only in the future when it comes to uh, disabling me from playing. I will play forever.
Yeah.
If Street Fighter 7 comes out and it's digital only, or Street Fighter 8, dude, I've been playing Street Fighter for 40 years. You think I'm going to stop? You know, if Mario down the line, or another Final Fantasy, or a new Ninja Turtles game, or something like that, like, okay, I'm 42. I plan on living about 60 more years, okay? That's my goal. If the future Zelda, like 5 iterations down from now, 30 years old, and I'm like a 72-year-old, you know, grandpa gamer, comes out, you think I'm going to refuse myself 70 hours of entertainment with my kids or grandkids just because, well, that's digital and I don't stand by that? That is the most stupid thing that I could do for myself, is prevent myself from having fun. I will just have to switch gears and say, you know what, Paul? You're renting this for $70, the game, or $80, instead of pure ownership, because they might take it away. And that sucks, but is the value still going to be there for the amount of fun and the payment that you have it? I've already had that mindset in my mind with movie theaters for a while. I like going to the movie theater, but there are some people that said, I'm not going to go spend $20 to see a movie in the theater that I don't own, that I only get to rent my time with for 2.5 hours and watch it. I will wait for that movie to come to VHS, DVD, Blu-ray, ultra high def disc, so I could own it for the same price and have it forever. So that's kind of like this. Just think of it like this. Digital is not as bad as this, but digital is going to the movie theater and not having complete ownership of it. You just get to watch it, but it's still worth it. Physical is the DVD movie that you get to watch. But I would say, like I said, the digital ownership is actually better than just going to a movie theater, because you do have it. And if anybody says, yeah, but you might not have it forever, look what PlayStation did. Yeah, but and so you have to go in there with that knowledge of, hey, this isn't completely permanent. It might be taken away in 10 years, 20 years. That stinks for the money that you put in. That stinks maybe for the preservation. It stinks for the passing it on, because maybe you can't even pass on your email or your code to your future generations. It's just gone if they take it away, like PlayStation did the 500 movies that you mentioned earlier. But even when you take those into consideration, the amount of time and the hours that you had fun will probably be justified. You're going to have to shift gears, though, from I'm buying games as a collectible, as a trade for collection purposes anymore, and you're just going to have to buy games, if it goes all digital, as I'm just buying time for fun. You know, you could already associate that with food. You know, people drink food and you take a leak or take a dump after the food, not to be crude, but
yeah,
food's not permanent. You know, even protein, when you go work out, if you don't work out, the protein turns into waste. So everything is like that. You just have to justify it. Hey, to each their own. If you don't like it enough that you're so adamant, I refuse to get the digital, then you're just going to be losing out on time. You're going to be missing out on the fun. You'll never not have me enjoy a Zelda story 20 years from now, or, you know, a brand new Ratchet and Clank comes out, Spider-Man 4, a brand new X-Men game from Insomniac Games comes out exclusively on PlayStation 6 and is digital only, and it is like as good as the Spider-Man games were, Miles Morales, Spider-Man 2, but it's X-Men, and it's big, and it's bold, and it's digital only. As a longtime X-Men fan, you think I'm going to care? I'm going to play it. I'm going to get my $80, and if that thing goes bye-bye in 15 years, it'll suck, but I will know ahead of time I'm buying this for 80 hours of fun for $80 now, and I love X-Men. I'm going to enjoy the heck out of these graphics. But Paul, go into it with the mentality of it might be gone one day. That's a tougher thing for the older crowd, I think, because gaming is not just fun, it's a collectible. Look at how many statues we all have and t-shirts. We build identities and channels around it. But for so many people, it's just a piece of entertainment. It's not Smallville in needing to own 10 discs. It's Stranger Things not needing to own 5 discs. You know what I'm saying? This stuff right here, though, that stuff's always going to be cool. And that's one of the reasons, as you showed up the Star Fox R-Wing from Ubisoft with Starlink, that's one of the reasons why. And don't get me wrong, I hope physical stays. I will always prefer physical over digital, or at least the majority of the time. There's sometimes it just makes sense. Like, dude, I don't want to swap cartridges with Animal Crossing. I bought that thing digital because all of my family and I, 4 of us in the house, had an account. Yet we were sometimes playing another game. It just, for me, Animal Crossing made sense digital. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. But most of the time, physical. I want it to stay. And I want it to stay also for those reasons, because I like the shiny tinfoil collector's editions. I like when they throw in a cloth. I hope they have this badass collector's edition of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time that comes in a gold steel book. And I would love it if it comes with like a canvas, like chamois kind of map that you get to unfold, and it's the Hyrule map from Ocarina of Time, or a piece of tapestry that you get to unfold, and they'll give me a keychain in there and make that thing $120, $150. Like, dude, I am sold. Could publishers still do that kind of promotional work? And then maybe here's where it makes people feel a little bit better, because they might not abandon full-on any presence on shelves, because they might say, you know what, there's still some value in releasing gaming associated things, so we still have a placement in the shops around the world, that you're no longer buying a box with a game inside. You're buying a box with a digital code, or maybe there's no more box anymore. But for special releases, we're going to bump up the other stuff. Like, here's a box and there's no game in it, but you're going to get the digital code. But we're also giving you this toy, this figurine, this a t-shirt, a hat, or whatever of Final Fantasy 19. And that would be kind of an interesting way how you could still have that retail space, have that identity and that familiarity with people that are walking around. Yeah, it's just not a physical game anymore. And then, does that make some people feel better? Yeah, maybe. You know, like, okay, I got my digital copy here for $70, or I could do my digital copy in the store. But when I do it in the store, it's $100. But that's because it comes with a poster and a shirt too. Oh, it doesn't solve the problem of I want my damn physical disc or cartridge that a lot of the generation still holds on to. And I get it. But it does soften the blow a little bit, because you're getting some extra swag. I don't care about the swag. I just want my physical game. Well, dude, you're either going to adapt or you're going to be left behind. And that's just a unique thing per person, I suppose. Yeah.
Paul.
You know what I think? I got one last thing to add on this. And I think
it doesn't matter what you think. Just kidding. I don't know where that came from. It just came out of nowhere.
You're good. No, you're good. Listen, I think this would be an amazing time tomorrow for Nintendo to make an official statement.
Yeah.
You know, do their PR spin, and do, as consumer preferences in the broader entertainment industry continue to ask for physical media.
Just shut the
Patty.
Nintendo will continue to push physical media for the ongoing future. This is obviously a natural direction for Nintendo to adapt to consumer trends and the general preference for physical media. as it significantly. Like they should do a total
attach a video of this is how you share games on Nintendo.
Oh man,
the irony is they're petty enough to actually do it, and they would make it a whole commercial.
And at this
if we
time,
still had Reggie, it would be absolutely perfect.
Oh boy,
to do a commercial
so
with
good.
Reggie for that, and just do like the same, like, you know, like this PR. We Stash, you were complaining about this like PR statement. It's so like grooming
PR
people.
speak. Yeah,
Yeah, it's so manipulative, saying like this is a natural direction for Sony to adapt to consumer trends.
Oh, yeah.
This is your fault, people. This is what
Makes
you
me
wanted.
sick.
Don't be mad. You asked.
So
I
at
think
this
it's
time,
really
we'll-
funny for
Restricting
Nintendo.
your ability to buy games digitally by removing them physically. By the way, we didn't do anything to your digital purchase. By the way, we did literally nothing, but we enhanced it.
we
Nintendo
enhanced
kinda
it
went
by
full circle,
making
too,
it
'cause
the
they're-
only option. You do enhance it by making it the only option.
Literally enhanced it. It's still the
You know?
option. Just, you know,
At this time, we're also pleased to announce that we'll be reprinting all classic cartridges for a limited run and discs of all Nintendo systems releasing so that you could buy them officially new once again. And like, here's these old N64 carts and GBA carts, and we're just bringing them all back. They're going total 180 from the rest.
Well, it's like I said in a tweet earlier.
Be funny.
today. If I could time travel and go back to the 90s and told myself that cartridges would outlast discs, I'd be like, you're full of shit.
Yeah. What was the superior medium now, huh?
Yeah, we have the answer now, don't we, bitch?
You know, and in reality,
it's over.
Cartridge was always the winner because cartridge, you could just cram more megabytes in it. It just cost more, but it technically is limitless. Disc has a limit.
It just took me 30 years to get that console war right on the playground, baby.
I'm going to go back to my EGM and look at that Final Fantasy VII ad where it said you would need 1,500 cartridges to play this game, and here you just need 3 discs. Yeah, don't worry, 1997. 29 years later, I'm looking back at you and saying, hey, cartridges here, baby.
I'm just looking at Angel Studios since we were talking about Grand Theft Auto at some point earlier today, and they write the engine. And their wonderful job they did with Resident Evil 2 on that same platform that had a cartridge that was so limited. Turns out if you know what you're doing, it doesn't matter what medium you use. So yeah, Final Fantasy VII could have been done too with DivX or whatever kind of compression tool.
The console war ads.
512 megabit cartridge.
Part
I
of
have
me
one
missed
question for you guys.
You said that. What's up?
You know, the reason I want to ask this, I think I know the answer, but you know, the audience, they may not know. And a lot of people today, a lot of people on social media, be it on YouTube or X, and it's people who have YouTube channels, won't name names, but they made declarations that they will not be buying a PlayStation 6. Kind of like, well, I guess this is it. You know, it was a good run. I'm done. There's a lot of people who said this. A lot of, again, channels that are on YouTube that are geared around gaming, but
Watch them live stream picking the system up.
And we're holding you to it. We will be there day one with you.
They're going to be live streaming day one picking the system up. Come on.
Here's my point: is the sentiment here is that there are other people as well on X that are not on social, you know, not on YouTube, and you know they're saying they're out, and it got me to thinking that it comes down to a distinction here, okay? And some people might be offended by this, and that's fine. Be offended. Not meant to candy coat it here. I think gaming, with this decision of what you want to do, it comes down to like two groups, right? People who game as a hobby and people who game as a passion. This is their love. I fall obviously into that category. But it seems like for the people who are ready to bow out now, you know, you fell into that category, which is okay. It's a hobby for you. Collecting was part of the hobby, but now that collecting's out of it, you're out too, you know? Yeah, I guess you didn't love it that much, right? Because you're not going to play games anymore. You're not going to continue to support the future of video games. And that was the distinction I had noticed, is that, well, it comes down to whether you do it for a hobby and for fun and to pass time, or you do it because you genuinely love video games and you're passionate about it. So I got to ask you guys again. I presume I know where you fall, but what do you think about that? Where do you fall? Maybe I'm wrong.
Me personally, I've publicly said for quite a while now, I think this is probably my last time buying all the consoles at once during launch, and it's going to take quite a bit of game releases and stuff like that that I can't get anywhere else from Sony and Microsoft to get me to buy their system going forward now. I do think I'll eventually fold and end up buying whatever they end up having now, but if you just look at the track record of PS5 and Series X, Series S, it's not anything to write home about. I'm glad I got them early, so I didn't have to spend $900 for one of them now. But I can count on my hand how many experiences are locked to just that system that I've had on those. Because otherwise, they're PS4 games, they're PC games, or what have you. And now a lot of those games are coming to Switch too. So there's kind of like almost no point for a lot of this stuff. And I don't care how shiny the floor is. I know what reflections are, and I know how ray tracing works. And I also know that the ray tracing these systems provide isn't real ray tracing, it's piecemeal. So it's just one of those things. I don't think they're going to convince me to jump. But on top of that, though, you kind of had me thinking that, yeah, I'm going to have to eventually jump on the all digital train, especially when Nintendo jumps over, right? Because it's just the media that we consumed over time. And I started thinking all the way back, like my first game was on a cassette. Data sets is what they called them back then.
Yeah.
And then we just start playing on all kind of different formats. So laser disc, the ROM carts or whatever, then eventually CDs and bigger cartridges and the Switch cartridges now. And that we switch storage formats from mechanical drives to solid state drives now to overcome these issues because these games are getting too big. Yeah, we've moved along with all the changes going forward. So yeah, if you want to continue gaming going forward, you're going to have to adapt at some point. I just don't think if I'm going to do it, it's not going to be with Sony and Microsoft going forward unless Gears and some of those other games start coming back with something like really fresh for me to jump back into. Well, I mean, I'll sell my soul for Killer Instinct. So if Killer Instinct shows up, I'm wherever that game goes, I'm there. So,
I'll be there too.
Yeah. So that's about it though. But other than that, yeah, I'm gonna hold tight for now.
All right. Sandstorm, how you feel about that?
Yeah, so we literally just had this conversation last Saturday, and it was a reflection moment for me too, because likewise on a PS5, and it's funny because I only have a handful of games. I can tell you off bat, my kids could probably tell you we have more than that, but I know we have NCAA. I know we have college football. No, we have 2K. I know we have Madden. We have Crimson Desert. We have Ghost of Yotei. We have Avatar. And I think that might be it. We may have one other game that's a PS5 game. Now, out of all of those 6 games, I've played NCAA. Don't play it anymore because it's boring. Never got into 2K now because I feel like the game isn't what it used to be, and I have literally no interest in it. I'm a whore for samurai games, and I have yet to pick up and play Ghost of Yotei, which is crazy to me because Ghost of Tsushima was my game of the year that year it came out. The only game that I literally play is Crimson Desert. And I've shelled a lot of hours into that game, but that's the only game that I'm like, this is worth playing. Other than that, like outside of that, I don't play the PlayStation. And it made me realize as I was talking to the other crew is that the Switch for me is like the most. I hate to say it because I know a lot of people. I don't hate to say it, but a lot of people kind of tie in Nintendo with being like really kiddie. But it's the most mature system for me. Like as a parent, it's the most mature system for me because I don't have that much time, between going to work, between dealing with kids, between being at church, between running stuff at church, between making music, living the wife life. And I should have said that first. So sorry, J Mac. But doing the wife thing, it's like there's not really that much time for gaming. So to have a Switch 2, it's like I can jump in the game, and they're designed around the system, so I can jump in the game, play it for 30 minutes, hit the save button, get out. I don't even have to hit the save button anymore. I can just jump out and throw it on the charger. We'll jump back in the next day. And
the kitty system, that kitty system stigma, I don't think that applies to I don't think it applies to any of the generations, but I think like of like a mainstream gaming appeal, I don't think that applies to Switch or Switch 2 at all. Obviously, there's going to be outliers who still make comments like that. Yeah. But if you ask me, that's just, I call that mental illness.
It is.
So,
and it's just, and so like now, it's went from like, oh man, I have to have this system in order to play this game. But now I'm at like the maturity state where it's like, bring this game over to this system, and if you're not bringing this game over to this system, then I guess I'm not playing it. Like I'll watch it on, and that's why I like YouTube and like you guys doing reviews on all that other stuff. And I'm like, dang, that looks like a good game. Guess I'm just gonna watch the walkthrough at some other time and watch it that way. Would really love to play it, but I'm not about to spend $700, $800, $900 in order to play this game. It's not happening. So similar to Shadow, when it comes to the next systems, you really, really, really gotta like you gotta do something. You gotta do something like heavy. Like I don't like so crazy, like, hey, we know that Nintendo has Monolith, but Square Enix found all this code and found the rights, and guess what? Xenoblade Chronicles X HD. Then I'd be like, oh, you slick bastards, you got me, But but outside of that, like that's not gonna happen. So as far as digital, the funny thing is too, is that I had a on my wish list because it was pre-order, but I didn't realize that I never actually hit the checkout. But I just literally downloaded something digitally on the computer. So I'm like, we're even having this discussion. I'm out here downloading digital things. So
you were updating Steam in the background as it was anyway. So it is what it
is. So is it that big of a deal for me? Honestly, no. It does take away from the nostalgia of popping in a new cartridge or popping in a new game. The one thing I don't like is waiting an additional hour. We go to these early midnight releases and all that other stuff. We're all in line getting excited. Oh, play the game. And then you throw the CD in and it's like, you got to wait an hour. Make sure you get your pizza rolls ready. Talk to your friends about how good of a time you had. Like all this other stuff before you play the game. And I hate that. I can't stand it. I miss the games. The days are just like plop. And that's why I like Nintendo First Party, because you can just do that without having to do any of the extra. But it's, I guess the convenient factor outweighs the physical for me at this point in time. There are games, so like my mindset right now, physical versus digital. So I have back here Final Fantasy VII, the remake, that came with the Magic the Gathering cards. Found out that was like a rarity because they weren't making any more at that point. And I'm like, oh, I gotta go get this physical before I miss out. This is my first time actually getting something on time and it gets sold out. But I bought the game digitally to actually play it because I didn't want to open that. It has to be something super special for me to get it physical. So like Zelda, any Zelda game, I'm sticking to physical. Smash Bros is now a digital game. Mario Kart, I would have bought physical, but I'm not about to pay $80, and it came with the system, so it was like a smart choice. But it has to be a special game to me, or a special franchise to me.
That's it. I'm not sure.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Is that the second one or the first one?
It's the second one.
Oh, okay. I don't have the second one yet. Yeah. So, yeah, it's. I'm heartbroken, but I'm not dead over it. I do think. Shout outs to Steve. I don't know what you're talking about, but shout outs to him. I really do hope Ocarina of Time shows up and it's the only golden cartridge out of all of them.
Bring back gold carts.
Yeah.
I really want that.
But yeah, that's my
It'll
take
be
on
this
it.
big, and you won't be able to see it sticking out of your system, but it will be cool. This will be cool.
Gamebird, I think I know your answer, but you want to give an official answer on that?
I actually missed the question. I'm not sure if I stepped away briefly when you asked. So
you good. It just comes down to, a lot of people on social media said that they're out. Content creators saying will not be buying the PS6. I'm done. Do you feel that way? Are you going anywhere? Are you still going to support the PS6?
Yeah, this is a loaded question for me because one, I'm on a Nintendo podcast. My YouTube channel at its core is a Nintendo YouTube channel, but I'm a gamer. I love all platforms. I want to see all platforms thrive. I've been a PlayStation fan since PS1 came out. Xbox took me a long while. And while I still have a lot of issues with Xbox, never once did I want to see them go down the gutter. I think it's awesome having multiple platforms to choose from, to watch multiple platforms compete against each other. So right now I own an Xbox Series S. I own a Switch 2 and I own a PS5. Everything that we know about what PS6 might be, excluding all digital, that they might be going for the hybrid approach, is extremely appealing to me as a gamer. Like, I want that all hybrid future. I want to be able to play the best games or my favorite games at home or on the go, at a hotel or on a plane. So if Sony goes that route, I'm very interested, because at the end of the day, despite me having grief with all digital, I'm a gamer. I'm not going to want to miss out on these great experiences.
Yeah.
And if nothing I say or do is going to make a difference, then I'm only denying myself experiences, and it's not going to change anything. So I don't want to rob myself of that. Here's where it gets a little bit more dicey. I was an early adopter with the PlayStation 5. I pre-ordered it the moment orders went live. And they had already, they won me over with Demon Souls remake. The Souls series, it's one of my favorites of all time. I was sold with that gorgeous remake. The truth of the matter is this, though, and this is where it gets a little bit more concerning, even when you factor in price, because price is the first scary barrier of entry with PlayStation 6. According to current reports, parts are roughly $1,000 for PS6, if the reports are true. What's this console going to cost? And if it's a hybrid, it's going to be expensive. You know what I mean? Is this going to be a $1,200 system? Maybe $1,400, $1,500 at launch. The second and probably the biggest problem, as someone who loves PlayStation, I've found PS5 to be one of their most disappointing gens. And the biggest reason for that, for me, I can't speak for anyone else, but for me, is because I love Sony exclusives. You know, yes, they've always had great third-party stuff. Yes, they've always had great RPGs, but they also were built on a foundation of incredible exclusive titles across multiple generations. And my two favorite PlayStation gens, I think the two best are PS2, I think is still king, and I think PS4. It's those even numbers. Maybe, I don't know, maybe PS6 will be kick-ass after all, despite the digital only.
It's still PS1 for me. Like, and mainly
I love PS1 too.
RPGs and fighting games were sick on that platform.
Absolutely, man. I completely agree. But gaming development, you know, it's no secret, games take a lot longer to make now. And with Sony, with the decisions they've made, dissolving a lot of their Japanese studios, focusing on Western AAA, it's been like, you know, we get little sprinkles of great first-party experiences every few years with these major droughts. And now with diminishing returns on power and visuals, seeing third-party games like Resident Evil Requiem being day and date on the Switch 2, the third-party element is going to be less of a motivational force for me with the PS6. I'm going to want it for the great exclusives. And if we have less great first-party exclusives on PS5 than previous generations, how few are we going to get on PS6 with higher cost to develop and bigger development time? So there's a lot of things in there. To simplify, I don't want to miss out. I want to be a part of that conversation. I want to be having those experiences generations to come, whether it's Nintendo, Sony, whatever it is, whether if Sega enters the hardware space somehow, or some other big third party enters the space with a stellar console. I want to be a part of those discussions. I don't want to be that person who's just bitter and talking shit behind a webcam.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to have things I don't like, but I am interested. Will I be day and date? You know, will I be there for pre-order? I don't know. We're going to find out. You know, it depends on cost, depends on that launch experience, but I'm interested.
Okay. Eric, do you buy PlayStation?
I have never owned a PlayStation anything.
Wow.
So you're going to run that back, right?
That's impressive.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I was more of an Xbox guy. That's what I had, and that's kind of what I stuck with.
Nothing wrong with it. I think that's. I think
So,
you're the first
did you have
person
an
I know.
N64 before the Xbox?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense then. That checks out.
Yep.
Because otherwise there was a big gap.
Yeah. No, I had an N64 before the Xbox, and then when pretty much Xbox 360, then took a break, then went to Series X, and yeah. But no,
who knows now?
I mean, my cousins had a PlayStation, so if I ever wanted to play a PlayStation, I'd just go over to their house and play it. So I never needed to own one.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, Nate, last one to answer this one.
Yeah, what's up, man?
You're the last one to answer.
I know it's been a while. I already forgot what the question is.
Did you really?
Just ask the question.
Oh, yeah, I just asked it, but I'll ask it again. Would this change anything for you? You know, a lot of content creators said that they're not going to support PS6. They're done. They're buying PlayStation. It's over.
They're full of shit.
Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, look, people say shit, but how do you feel about it? Does this change anything for you?
No.
Again, I figure I know the answer for all of you, but the audience may not.
No, doesn't change anything for me. Look, I've never been one to own all the platforms at the same time. Just never been able to afford it. Let's just be honest. It's expensive. It was expensive before the consoles cost what they do now. It's always been expensive. It's always been a luxury, one way or another. So I've never actually owned all the current gen available systems until this current generation. And I think it's just because I'm an adult now with grown man money. If I want to buy something, I'll save the money and buy it. And I don't want to miss out on any gaming experience. Like I believed in the idea of Game Pass. I knew they would probably bomb out and flame out with it, but I like the idea. Sounds good. And I got to benefit by renting games for a very, very long time and getting a shitload of them day and date. It was awesome. It actually saved me money because I was someone that was legitimately buying like 3-4 games a month. Like it was nice to save a little money there since I'm not big on replay. So a service like Game Pass is right up my alley. But, you know, it would require Microsoft to be okay losing money for decades to build it up like Netflix did, and that they were never going to be okay with that. So, and then obviously with PlayStation, you know, PlayStation 5 has probably been my most disappointing PlayStation generation, much for the same reasons as GameBird. They went away from the things that I fell in love with them for. They're single player games. The fact that we're going to probably, it looks like, go an entire generation, at least until the new generations here, without a game from Naughty Dog is wild to me. That is wild to me. An entire generation?
Yeah.
And then the next game they have coming isn't even one that I'm that excited for anyways. So we'll see. I have a lot of faith in Naughty Dog, and if they can make the space epic work, that's awesome. Like I have no reason to really doubt, you know, their cashier to do it outside of the fact that they're taking an awfully long time. Because I don't know if they know they've nailed it yet. That scares me a little. If they don't know if they've nailed what this game is, you know, supposed to be. But again, that's obviously a lot of assumptions on something we haven't seen, and it doesn't look like we're going to see it all this year. But yeah, no, this generation, was the most fortunate one in my life where I got to own all of them, the Xbox Series X and S. I had the S at launch instead of the X. And then I've actually owned 2 X's because at one point I liquid metal cooled one. And then PlayStation 5 I've had. I think the only thing this really impacts is more so that I don't know if I'll own all 3 platforms next time. Most of that's because Microsoft hasn't really given me a reason to need to own Helix. You can just
plus that's a down payment on a house.
Yeah. Right. You can, you know, like most of the games that I care about, they're going to be on PlayStation as well, right? And a lot of them will also be on Switch too. So there just isn't really going to be, I think, as strong of a reason to own Helix, unless, you know, look, if they give me some insane trade-in program with the X, and they can knock that price down to something more affordable, maybe I'll throw it in there if they have some crazy program. I know they're trying to find ways to make Xbox be able to be purchased. So, you know, if they do a crazy trade-in program, maybe then. But right now I'm leaning towards I'll probably, you know, I already have Switch 2. I'll probably get PS6 at launch. The only reason I'd want it at launch would be like what GameBird said, like not wanting to miss out. You know, that FOMO of being part of that group.
It's real.
It's hard to be part of a conversation if you're just not participating. And sometimes that conversation is really exciting.
Nate, would you buy an Xbox Helix at launch day 1 for $1,100 if Rare was like, here is a brand new Conker's Bad Fur Day game. It's a new entry, and we've teamed up with the best. Capcom is actually co-developing it with us. And this game is everything you wanted in a sequel. $1,100. Justified at launch for one $70 game. Woo!
If it is exclusive.
As good as you want. Yep, exclusive too. I'm going with exclusive.
It's bundled.
Yeah, it can be bundled or not, but like exclusive to Xbox Helix.
When you're talking about $70 at that point, does the price matter? Like that's taxes.
It's $1,100 or $1,170, whatever.
Thinking about the $70 at that point once you're at $1,100.
Because like the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase says, everyone's got a price. Everyone's got to pay.
Got a price.
No.
Yeah. That was right.
Look.
That was epic. That was a maniacal laugh, by the way. That man was
a lot of people, you know, look, in your hypothetical situation, I'm buying the Xbox. I mean, that's just straight up. But see, here's the thing. I am at a point in my life that I know I could save up to buy something like that. If I was back in my super dirt poor, barely surviving McDonald's check days, I probably would think different and be like, you know what? I can't really afford that sort of luxury just for that one game. The amount of time it's going to take me to save up is going to take a lot longer. And then I know I'm going to have to get that subscription on top.
Klarna, man.
So
can afford anything with Klarna.
I'm not someone who hates Klarna. It's just, I'm
just saying how the young kids will think, man.
I know. Klarna.
It's not good.
Hey, by the way, I've said this before. I'm on record. I've used Klarna before. Like, if you're going to be responsible and make your payments, there's nothing wrong with these super low interest. But you're not the people they're making their money from. The people that are responsible with their payment, they're taking advantage of a lot of other stupid people. And that's where they make their money. So again, if you're a responsible person, I don't care if you fucking use Klarna, it's fine. But we know what the real bread's at. The people who just they have no business borrowing money.
They're going after those 18-year-olds. You can apply for credit. We're taking it.
Yeah. Yep. Make sure you pay for your Klarna with your GameStop credit card.
Yep.
Interest rate through the roof all the way.
Similar question to Shadow Fox Infinite. You would buy an Xbox Helix at $1,100 if at launch. Once again, I'm going to go with Rare. They got the brand new, shiny, epic Killer Instinct game, brand new story mode, brand new a third-person playable mode too. Every character is online. It is amazing. Xbox only. Worth it at launch.
You just scrolled in the chat. I said $1,500. I'll do it. Killer
Instinct. There you go. So
Killer Instinct, I'm there.
Killer
Instinct, I'm there. Forget about it.
Otherwise, I'm like, y'all got to show me something. But you show me Killer Instinct, I'm there. Gears of War, if it's like $950, maybe $1,000, like I'm kind of there. But Killer Instinct, I'm there. I'm gonna do whatever to get to that. So
yeah.
They know it. That's I literally bought a Series X for that game. So.
Yeah, what? I think a lot of the caveats out there, guys, are obviously I'm in a position in life where like something like that just sounds insane to me 10 years ago, but now it's like, okay, I could save up if I wanted to.
Right. Sorry, not Series X, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this whole thing is sad. Not a whole lot's going to change for me, but that's because I already accepted this a long time ago. We've talked about this many times about the all digital future. I've been a digital purchaser on PC for 20 plus years. I've been buying digital games on the other platforms, not for that long, but probably the last decade. I don't know. It's not like I really paid attention to when I started doing it. I know that I owned like World of Goo on Wii, so I guess that would be one of your first ones, out there back then. So, and as we said before, like Stash brought up, there's a lot of indie games that they can't afford to publish physical. So they're going to be digital only. What are you going to do? Just not play it and punish them because they can't afford to be there physically? Like, that's stupid. So
indie is an exception to the rules.
Yeah, and even if they can afford it, you can understand why maybe they won't. Especially now like any multi-platform company, you have the ultimate excuse, dude. Helix, that's also rumored to not have a drive. That was reported today after the PlayStation news came out. So it's like, okay, well, the future platforms don't have physical, so how can you blame any third party for not doing physical on Nintendo anymore? Like, why would they do it? They literally aren't. It's not even an option for them anymore on the other platforms. So I can't really get mad at them anymore. The only company I can really get mad at now is Nintendo. Don't put your shit on Game Key Card. Pocopia, let that be a one-off, please. Fuck. But no, seriously, like, it doesn't really change anything because I'm a gamer. I'm here for the games. Yep. I've said it before. The format they come out on doesn't matter. Obviously, there's always price points. I'm not going to get in on something. If it's $1,500 for a PS6 and a game that comes out is that X-Men game, that Dream X-Men game Paul Gay was talking about. But
that sounded pretty good, huh?
Yeah, it did sound pretty good.
Then
they're like, oh, that's going to be $200 for that game. I'm like, wait a second.
It's like Neo Geo prices for a game.
I'm at $2,000 to play this one game. You know what? I think at $2,000, I might just pass for now. I think it's going to take a lot more games coming out for me to decide, you know what? All right, I'll bite the bullet because now we're talking about a $200 video game. And that won't be the only one I'll probably want to play. And that's the problem. I'm that stupid son of a bitch that would spend $200 only on very specific games. Like if it's fucking Zelda, I'm there day one. But if it's like Call of Duty, I'll pass. I'm good.
The 90s were different. You would spend $250 to almost $300 for
Easy.
Arcade Perfect port. And
Easy.
yeah, Neo Geo got me for sure.
Neo Geo is the best. Yeah,
A couple of
Loved
games.
it.
And then the system themselves here in the United States, they were ridiculously expensive. So
Yes.
it was nothing to spend $700-800 for a system, and anywhere between $250 to $300 for games. So seeing it's kind of weird to kind of complain about game prices knowing stuff like that, but then you know what you got then too, because the ROM prices were really expensive then, and you were literally paying for the extra megabytes to be on the cartridge. Nowadays, it's like it's pennies per gigabyte for a Blu-ray. So like, what are we even doing at this point? So it kind of doesn't add up to the price or the cost of them producing the media that you're going to receive. So at least you knew back then you were paying for the extra cost for it to be on a cartridge. If I paid $80 for Killer Instinct on Super NES back then, it was because it was a 32 megabit cartridge. Like you knew that's what you were getting. So I don't know. It's everything's changed now, and they've kind of moved everything around as to where it's for them to make money instead of, hey, this costs a lot, so there's no way we could publish this way. Yeah, it's definitely different.
Dark times.
Yep.
Can I give a little analogy to something, because I do want to? It's something that Steve said earlier. If you don't mind, I don't want to interrupt if there's another topic. Okay. I think the vocal crowd, because yes, the vocal crowd that is saying, I will not buy this anymore, it is easy to say, well, they're just not passionate, right? They were just enjoying the hobby. However, there is an alternative that their passion is just done differently. So I did a little bit of like a psychology test with somebody, and then this is kind of how this represents a different type of passion. I'm just going to give you a real life example. I'm just going to not name his name. Ironically, it is Superman related, which I happen to have a Superman poster behind me at the moment. But okay, I'm a long time Superman fan. You'll see where I'm getting at. I watched Superman animated series as a kid. I bought various Superman comics. I was there when Superman died. I was there when post Doomsday he came back and they had the multiple iterations. I watched the Christopher Reeve films. I watched Superman in reruns of I Love Lucy. I was there for Smallville. Loved it. Brandon Routh, Superman.
This is you referenced some things I didn't think I'd ever hear said again in my life. Holy shit.
You are a true fan. Yeah, you're on there. When you said the I Love Lucy episode, yeah, you're in there.
The moment he brought I Love Lucy, I'm like, no fucking way. Who even remembers that? But fucking
Unfortunately,
I watched
do, but
it
it's because of
all the time on Nick at Night.
I'm not even a mega fan, but I remember. I'm like, dude,
right?
who the fuck remembers that?
Great show.
I had my Superman toys. I would have the red cape. I jumped off the roof. Why do you think I could fly? You know, like going into Henry Cavill, Man of Steel last year, Superman, David Cornsweet. Like, I'm a fan of Superman. Every new show that comes out, I give it a try. The My Adventures with Superman and Lois animated series that's going to have its 3rd season this summer. I watched it. I checked it out. When Superman came to the Supergirl show on the CW, before having his own show, the new Superman and Lois show, not to be confused with the old Dean Cain show, but like with Terry Hatcher, but like the current, the former current one with Tyler Hoechlin, that was a really good, three season. They finished it, but they finished it strong. The one where he had 2 sons, like I gave it all a shot. Most of the games not that great, but I love Superman, one of my favorites. Current day comics, New 52, different outfit. All right, I was there for the electric blue, electric red split off when he had like black suit, mullet hair. Love it. I have another friend, and like I said, this story is going to represent maybe an unheard reasoning behind some people's passion, behind how could you quit? How could you quit what you love so much? Were you just a hobbyist or and this is the other type of person. This is the psychology behind a whole different type of person. I have a similar friend. super passionate about Superman. I mean, on his car tires, the little valves for the tire thing, there's Superman symbols. His house got plenty of Superman posters all over here, blasted around over his bedroom. I mean, like it looks like it's like a teenage bedroom. And now I'm talking like I have a Superman poster myself, but like this guy, it's all over the place. Build-A-Bear, Superman stuffies, comic books up to here, stacked up. I mean, like, if there's like a Dr. Pepper Superman thing, he's gonna buy that. There's a Kellogg's thing with Superman, he's gonna get that. However, he has what is in his mind his vision of Superman, and he loves Christopher Reeve, and he loves the old school cartoon, and he loves the embodiment, the symbolism of what Superman is. It deviates a little bit too far left or right when it comes to properties like Superman. And he tried to explain it to me. I'm like, how come you won't, as a fellow Superman enthusiast, as a fellow lover of this character for 40 years, how could you not give the Tyler Hoechlin new Superman series a try? Because he has two sons, and in the comics he didn't. But in the comics have been rewritten. We're not watching the same Superman from 88 years ago. The character is not Dragon Ball. It's not Goku. It's the same character. Like, there's been different iterations. There's different planets. We know there's multiple different Superman. How come you can't? If you love it so much, how come you can't consume it? See, and like we understood. Well, he thinks I'm wrong in embracing all of it. You just like it because any slop. No, it's because not everything is good, but I love it so much that I have to give it a shot because I will never not be a Superman fan to try it. And the way he explained it was, I love it so much that it hurts me so bad to not see it be what I want it to be. And for me, that was sort of like an absurd take. I'm like, so just because
I would agree
this new new Superman doesn't have that, you cannot turn it and accept that it's a different alt take? No. You can't watch the Supergirl series because that Jimmy Olsen was black and not a redhead kid with freckles? No. And nothing to do with like racism, just because it wasn't what it was, and that can't deviate it. And there is a certain type of person that is like, their passion is rivaling our own passion, but it's not understandable to us because it's like, if you like Zelda so much, why won't you try every Zelda game? But for some people, it's a passion of, I love Zelda so much that if they make Link right-handed in Ocarina of Time, I will not buy it. How? This new remake is going to be immaculate, but you would not buy it off the principle of if they make Link right-handed? Yes, because for a certain type of person, it hurts them so much that, and I can't say it's weird because everybody's different. It's just so different for me. But that's that was the vibe from this Superman example. Like, I can't watch the new.
Paul, you could say it's weird. You could say it's weird. I give you permission.
Man,
I won't.
I will say it's very weird, and that's a nice way of putting it.
Not a fan of Earth 29 Superman. Sounds like
you know. And there are just some people like that. So, like,
yeah,
from their perspective,
I know there is. I see
imagine
it on the internet.
From their perspective, you might have some hardcore gamers, but it's like, no, it's not that you guys love it more than me. I love it so much that I cannot stomach going digital with something that I have such a pure attachment with physical. It actually hurts. And even though I haven't had those discussions with those people yet, but I like to have some psychological interviews with folks to see just how varied people's minds are, because there's a lot of different folks out there. I do feel for them, but if I had to just try to bring some reason in and be like, dude, you're gonna die one day. Just have some fun while you're alive, man. Like, have some fun. And
some people like their own idea of,
it's interesting.
what something should be more than the actual thing.
Yeah.
If my friend's watching tonight out there, he's gonna be like, you son of a Sorry, I was all sorry, dude. Like,
I hope he is watching, and you know why?
You're absolutely correct on your opinion of Superman.
I'm gonna throw one of my.
I would feel bad for anybody who was just like a 2D Zelda fan and never experienced 3D Zelda.
Right?
That
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if you shut down a whole thing? And like, that's going to happen with people. This is 3D. This polygon slop. You never got to play Breath of the Wild. If that's where you're like, nope, I'm good. Well, whatever. But I don't think it's the way to go. He explained it like this. I mean, I won't get it. That's enough.
Well,
that's enough.
I want to hear what Bert has to say. Because I was really hoping you were gonna say something that I was feeling. And I think you are.
I'm not sure. I was gonna throw someone under the bus. My son used to really love. Yeah, I'm gonna throw my son under the bus. To be fair, this was a long time ago.
My son.
This was a long time ago. But my son used to really love Harry Potter, and I was like, you got to watch some Lord of the Rings. He had the mentality of, I'm not interested in watching that, and I can't watch that because I'm a Harry Potter fan.
Oh,
it's like refusing to try a food that you've never had before just because I don't like it because I haven't had it. You're literally volunteering to opt out of something that could potentially be your favorite thing.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
That's a similar mentality.
Your friend could watch. I don't know anything about that show, but your friend could end up watching that show and that be their favorite Superman show.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that show is that good. I'm just saying by being stuck and only liking your idea of something, you're greatly limiting yourself to an amazing world of across all spectrums of entertainment. That's like refusing to play a turn-based, saying I won't play turn-based RPGs because I don't like them. I only like action RPGs, and then missing out on, I don't know, Expedition 33, the most nominated game of all time at the Game Awards. That's a beautiful experience that anyone should experience. Someone, Sky Swords Alyssa, one of our regular guests on this podcast, who doesn't even like, or at the time didn't even like turn-based RPGs, and it's one of her favorite games of all time because she was willing to give it a chance. People with that mindset are literally missing out on some of the great things in life. It doesn't have to be games. It could be movies. It could be books. It could be food. It could be music. I don't know. I'm just saying it's a very limited. You're just limiting yourself.
I love Marvel so much. I will not watch a DC product. They exist.
Absolutely.
Or you would not listen to Notorious B.I.G. because you're a Tupac fan.
Yeah, there you go.
I've heard that too.
Also, they were friends, but okay.
I got your friends back, Paul. I got your friends back. Here's the deal. I like to be the villain around here. Gamebird
don't give them support.
So then I had to take over. See, he knows already that if he played that game, he would not be his favorite because he wouldn't be able to let go or watch that show. He wouldn't be able to let go that Superman has 2 kids. He would not be able to let it go. It would bother him so much. It doesn't matter how good the rest of the show is. That's how it is with these people. They would argue that this could be a good show if they view it as all everyone has done is bastardize the thing I love. And they will never change their mind on that. And this is true. We see this all over the internet. You bastardize the thing I love. It doesn't matter. And we can call them closed-minded. We can say whatever, but they would just go, I just know what I like. And what's wrong with knowing what I like?
There's another Paul, really quick. There's another tactic you can take. You can convince your friend to hate watch it.
Yeah. Hey, let's make fun of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys like Joker? The first Joker movie from like 2018 or whatever?
Yeah.
Like everyone like it?
Yeah.
Really good.
Most people I think like it. Same friend hated it because it wasn't comic book accurate to the Joker character. And I'm like, but Joker can be different. There could be multiple things.
It was a unique
And-
interpretation that wasn't based on the comics. I knew
So
instantly you wouldn't like
they
it.
glance over the graphics, the story, the music, the acting, the set designs, the interesting plot points, the cinematographic angles, the foreshadowing of things in the mirror, of the
Great movie.
excitement, of the passion, the feeling. Nope, because of a thing, and that thing is so powerful enough. Like, to me, I say you're wrong, but I've seen so many people, and so many people, they're just wired differently. And
Yeah.
from our perspective, I would say, dang, dude, that's unfortunate. But some of them are like, I'm okay with this. I'm okay being that way. But I'm like, oh man, you don't know what you're missing out.
I'm so
But-
glad I'm
Yeah.
easy to please. I've
That's-
never been
that's-
more
that's-
happy that I'm easy to
Yeah.
please. Like, the older I get, the more I'm so happy it does not take much to please me, that I'm not super picky at all. Because holy shit, man. Dude,
He's allowed to still like something. Like, he could be like, Nicholson's my favorite Joker because it's the most comic book accurate Joker we've had in live action. But Joaquin did a really great performance, and it's a very entertaining interpretation of the character. You could still have that mindset.
You
You
should
know?
think that.
Yeah.
It's not my favorite. It's not like the Joker I wanted,
Did you
but it
like
was
the
really
Dark Knight
good.
series at least?
but-
That was a bit more comic book accurate.
He's the god of chaos,
Probably
and
not.
however you embody that is
Well,
all that
only a
matters,
bit
right?
more. They
Just
definitely
whatever
Yeah.
performance does that that's it. So,
I said to ask because, like, man,
I would
love the
say
Dark Knight series.
I would say too, I think they also don't want to check it out because they're afraid that you might be right too. I know some people
Yeah.
who are like that. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
also-
not gonna watch it. And I'm like, but then like
Fear.
sometimes there's
I
that
like
chance
that.
where they actually will watch it and then they're like, yeah, you were right. And people don't like being wrong.
True. There's a person, similar friend, so hesitant to play Breath of the Wild as his first Zelda game. A very big PlayStation fan, a longtime Nintendo hater, so worried about it because it looked good, and I'm like, you gotta try it. You gotta try it. And he admitted later on, one of the things was, I didn't want you to rub it in my face later saying, I told you it was good. And I'm like, first of all, I'm not that kind of person.
What
Like,
are you doing?
make
you're
you feel
not
bad, but like
but
like
that's it.
Sandstorm
That's
said,
a common thing, though.
deprive yourself of joy. Stop worrying about what others think.
I don't wanna feel like I was wrong, because then it makes me feel stupid about my reasoning, and I know I am illogical. I know I'm not being sound, but I'm stuck in my ways, damn it. And if I get proved wrong, that is almost worse than the deprivement of the joy in the first place. And so there's so many different types of folks. Like, some
that's like
people
a
might be
friend-
like,
That's
Here,
like a
I'm gonna-
friend in that's like a friend in middle school telling you that boobies are cool, so you make it your life vow to never look at a boobie till the day you die.
I can't imagine. I
Just,
can't imagine
just
it.
so you can be like, I didn't want you to say I told you boobies are cool. You know?
How could you, as a Grand Theft Auto fan, right, miss out on Crackdown and miss out on Infamous because Grand Theft Auto is your game and you don't want to play any other open world game?
Because they
Like,
just play
how?
one game. They just play one game.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you don't know what you're missing. Like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is
yeah.
true for a lot of people. Like, you know, kids that just play nothing but Roblox or nothing but Fortnite or nothing but Call of Duty. Like, this is normal. And it was normal when I was a kid too. I knew plenty of kids that literally it was just like one game they would only play, especially once once online multiplayer became a thing. I think some of it, at least back then, I can't speak to today, but at least back then, a lot of it was just money. Shit's expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So you're only getting one game a year. So of course you're fucking playing that one game for like 5 fucking years.
But you're missing out on so much, though, especially when your friends tell you to, and they're like, hey, try it. And you're like, nah, because I'm invested in Fortnite still or whatever. And I'm like, man, come on. Like, you don't know what you're missing over here.
I ain't telling you to quit Fortnite. I'm telling you, hey, one of these nights you're playing, pop something different.
yeah,
God dang it.
Exactly.
No one's trying to take away what you like. We're just trying to introduce you to more things you might like.
Yep.
I
There's
realize
Saints Row in here too. Yeah, that definitely good stuff.
I feel so blessed to have a personality and like interests that are such a massive variety. The fact that I love games across all genres is like the coolest thing ever. You know, we live in a time people complaining about state of plays and Nintendo Directs and how there's no games. It's like I can't even keep up because I love games of all types. I'm always excited for the next big thing. And I'm always excited for new IPs and to see what new ideas are out there and new experiences I get to have. Like, I mean, it's kills my friggin' backlog. Don't get me wrong, but it's cool that around every corner there's something awesome. You know, I'd hate to feel like stuck in this where it's like I have 3 IPs that I look forward to, so I have to wait a full generation to get the 3 games I want, and that's it, and just complain.
Speaking of something awesome,
good. Oh, thank you. I'm already here, though. I'm already here.
Eric, because we got to talk about Star Fox. But
yeah.
Oh man.
So Star Fox.
Speaking of sealed.
Yeah. Star Fox is now out. Has anybody actually played it?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
I was an idiot and played Bayonetta 3 first, and I'm still stuck in it.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, all right, so we got 3 people who played. So you 3, this is your topic, baby.
Yeah.
What are your guys' thoughts on Star Fox? This is basically review time. I mean, you had to have beaten it by now, right? It's only 2 hours. I was told.
He got the shirt. He's ready.
Yeah.
I'll go quick. First off, the game's beautiful. It's one of the, you know, as someone who doesn't care that much about like visual fidelity, it's definitely one of the prettiest games on the Switch too. Man, those water graphics stash. I'm sure every time you fly over Corneria, you're just basking in the watery glory. The game's gorgeous. And it's so gorgeous that I feel that most people who had a major issue with the character designs before they even finish their first run will have forgotten about that because everything looks so good. And the character models, like, there was a little bit of a shock. I mean, I didn't hate them in the same way that a lot of people did. I just think they like really vibe well with the art direction of the game, and I don't think it really takes long for anyone to adjust. I haven't really heard people still complaining about it, so I'm sure people who've gotten their hands on have adjusted nicely. The music is absolutely unbelievable. Hearing these iconic tracks from Star Fox, like orchestrated and sounding like bigger and more beautiful than they've ever sounded is awesome. I think the voice acting as well is really, really good. I think it's probably the best, like maybe the best first party voice acting for Nintendo. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll stand corrected on that with like Fire Emblem or something. But I do think it's an improvement over Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom with the voice acting. So I think all the characters sound great. Really love the extra cinematics that they've added. Obviously, there's the prologue that we all saw in the direct, but also between each and every mission, you've got new cinematics that just kind of gives more substance to each of the characters, kind of builds on the relationship between the team members and their personalities. You know, a little bit of Fox's sarcasm and ego, Falco's kind of dickish behavior, Slippy being like super aloof as well is like really like something about Slippy's look in this game with his aloof behavior is just perfect. And yeah, guys, it's Star Fox 64. It plays better than the series has ever played. It feels better than it's ever felt. And it's the best way to play classic Star Fox, period, I think. I've only done one of the multiplayer modes. I did the base capture mode, and I actually had a lot of fun in my one time doing that. I was hoping I set up my avatar with the little Nintendo cam. I was hoping it would have everyone's like avatars at the bottom. but it didn't. I'm not sure if that's exclusive for just when you're playing with friends. If
It
it is, guys, let's get a game going or
It is.
something. I want to try. I think that Avatar thing is hilarious. So I'm way down to get a game going with any of you guys. But yeah, I've done 2 runs on it. So I've gotten 2 endings. I haven't gotten the full and final ending yet. So I'll be doing that very soon. And I absolutely love it. I think it was a very smart decision to launch this game at a more affordable price point instead of that like premium AAA price, given that it's more of an arcadey on the rail shooter. I know people will have some issues with the length of the game, but it's really not as short as it appears because there are multiple endings. There are multiple versions of the final boss. And there's also there's like achievements and medals to chase, as well as the multiplayer mode. This game is the whole package. And I think my favorite thing about this, other than getting to relive this, reimagine with an orchestrated soundtrack and gorgeous visuals and voice acting and cinematics, the thing that's so exciting about Star Fox is that this game is setting the stage for Star Fox to finally move on and be more grand, be bigger and better, and soar over new horizons. And my big hope, I know we've had some of the news about this game being #1 in the UK, which is really awesome. You know, that's a territory where Nintendo doesn't generally thrive in. I'd be curious to see what the US sales end up being and the Japanese sales end up being. My hope is that this game sets this IP up for success and start strong, and that the Mario movie is going to give that added boost with new recognition to this character, being introduced to a brand new audience. And yeah, I'm excited to see where Star Fox can finally go from here instead of sticking with this title in particular. I'm loving it. I can't wait to dig into more multiplayer. And, you know, if we're all lucky, because I think the multiplayer really impressed in a way that I didn't think it would. I thought it would be fine. I had a lot of fun in the matches that I did. The idea of them adding more content to this later, you know, new maps or a new multiplayer, I think is a really exciting thing. But yeah, those are my thoughts.
Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Much like what Gamebird said, it's a fantastic game. It's Star Fox 64, already an excellent title that has stood the test of time, fun for its era, but still cool and snappy and easy to pick up today, has just a timeless energy to it. And it meant so much that I'm seeing to so many gamers out there, like it really hit us hard. And I like that because Star Fox isn't the biggest franchise. And Star Fox 64, you know, being like a 4 million seller or something like that, a pretty good selling game, but not like one of the best selling games of all time. Yet online, the community really showed up with this one and be like, no, man, this was my childhood. This means a lot. Ocarina of Time, Final Fantasy VII, GoldenEye 007. There are some of these games in like 97, 98 that really hit a lot. And this one, great. So base game, terrific. They did such an amazing job replicating it where, yeah, it is the most highly decorated paint job over the original one-to-one that you could ask for. But that's all it needed to be. You know, it didn't have to be anything new. I want something new next, don't get me wrong, but filling it in with these cinematics in between. Something that I really like that the game does well in is the holo projector with all of the lore behind the characters. It's not the same as an instruction booklet, but to be fair, like I was reading live on stream the other day I busted out the old instruction manual of Star Fox 64 and I was reading the little bios on them. You got a couple of sentences on Fox, Slippy, Peppy, and Falco. Here you get several paragraphs. It tells you how old they are and what was the relationships of Fox and Slippy and their relationship with Bill and who is Bill and what happened here and who is Cat and what's the dynamic between Falco and Cat and a little bit of mystery on not quite telling you why Falco left. I don't want to spoil it for some people, but like this is just some of the lore building, and I really appreciate the lore building behind it. How did they buy the Great Fox? Who made the Great Fox? Who commissioned these R-Wings? Okay, so Slippy's a creator, but like, what more? Like, some of that stuff, I hope that people find that, because most of you are playing the game to play the game. That's why I'm playing the game, right? I want to see the music, or I want to hear the music, which is also beautiful. Orchestrated soundtracks, fantastic. Level design, gameplay, it feels snappier and better. It's a blast, I gotta tell you. Going back to old school Nintendo 64 controller with this thing, like I love it. But also, I dig the Pro Controller 2 setup. Very intuitive. X to go forward, B to brake. Makes sense. Maybe I would have switched Y and A for lasers and bombs, but you know what? After a while, like, it was fine. And you got your R's and L's, and like, it's good. I can see the future of Star Fox just following here. Prologue, excellent. But I hope that people also look into those story bits, because I think that's going to do well for the future of the series. I think when we get a new title, they'll play up on some of this. And what I mean by that is, the next game won't be a prequel to it, but I wouldn't be surprised, depending on the ambition of the game, if when you're playing the new game that takes place after this title, they might have some flashbacks to younger Fox in the Cornerian, military, meeting Slippy for the first time, or some mission of Falco leaving his former group, or some of this past plot stuff that we got a little bit of a sneak peek in this game that just makes it that much more meaningful in the next title. You know what I mean? But also, we don't know how ambitious they're going to go. Another on rails primarily shooter, or do they now say, okay, now you have a central hub of the Great Fox where you could walk around in, and you could go talk with Peppy, you could have a foot race with Falco, you could go and upgrade your ship with Slippy and tinker it and have a power wash simulator on the Landmaster after a dirty mission and stuff like that. You could have a blaster mode against the crew with your lasers. You land on a planet, you walk out of your ship, you take on a mission from a Tatooine like bar from Star Wars, and then you fly off, and you do have some on foot fighting and that some RPG mechanics where you're upgrading your blaster, upgrading your shield, upgrading your repellent. I know that wasn't the question. It was just, do I like the game or not? But like, I love freaking Star Fox. I could have just said yes, move on. But
you're pitching Star Fox Outlaws.
Oh, dude!
Right? Instead of Star Wars Outlaws.
I can't help but see the vision for it. Yeah, a little bit of Star Wars Outlaws, a little bit of Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, a little bit of Star Fox Adventures. Like, you could make this into, dang, it's just Nintendo's freaking Guardians of the Galaxy. It is their Guardians of the Galaxy. You've got the crew, you've got the stage. It could be big. I believe this game will do well. And honestly, I'm fine if they just continue with the on-rail shooters and landmasters and stuff like that. Make the multiplayer modes even more ambitious. But I just see a vision of action adventure on foot, on land, picking up missions, 4-player co-op as you're going through these stages, dude. If you've got 3 people flying in R-Wings and someone in the Landmaster, and you're going through these stages in the story mode cooperatively with buddies online, that's gonna be the best. But back to the game, because I'm too far looking into the future. It's a really good game. I've gone through it, I think, 8 times already. Part of me sometimes is like, I'm going through it for the high score, damn it. I want to get into like my 1500s. I had really high scores on the N64 version, better than I am here yet. I think I'll get there, and sometimes I'm just going through the different paths, and I like, you can unlock cat different times, build different times. You might go through a quest without seeing them at all. The different endings, it's all charming. It's all excellent. And the one area where when they revealed 3 different stages in that direct for multiplayer, I was like, that is a little bit bare bones in terms of quantity of stages, but the variety to have does seem there, even if it's like 3 main different types, but it will be fun. Sure enough, it's fun. I've had several online matches. I've had 1 or 2 bot matches. So I've played a good number of those overall. Still, it is an area that I wouldn't mind them adding some DLC, paid or otherwise. Like, dude, give me another 4. I'll pay for it. That's fine. Also, one mode that's missing, or I guess 2, is a standard 4v4. No extra capture the flag, no extra nothing else, just a 4v4. That's it. I wouldn't mind that added, and I wouldn't mind an 8-person free for all. So those are 2 little things that would bring it up to another level for me. I just want 8 people going crazy for 3 minutes, and then take the Smash Bros approach where you could turn on the extra special cool lasers and the plasma this and the warp tech teleport one and leaving behind your mines, your floating mines, and your decoy one. Like, have the ability to turn them on and off just like Smash Bros items. That's all I would really change. What they have isn't bad. Those 3 are good. They are fun. I've had a good enough variety in those 3 because they are different enough. But like, just the visual appeal of, give me another 4 and give me another 4 maybe, and maybe I'll keep buying them because I love the look of the games. I would add that, and yeah, a standard 4v4 just to fight, nothing else. Sometimes you're in the mood for that. Like, sometimes you want to play Street Fighter to fight. Sometimes you're like, okay, let me do the bull run thing in Street Fighter 6, if you know what I mean, when you have different things thrown on, right? And an 8-person battle royale. Like, that's the only stuff that I would add. Otherwise, I wouldn't take away anything from the game. And it does also, I'm going to stop here because then I'm going to go into my Zelda theories. But if this is all they do for Ocarina of Time, they don't end up expanding the map by 3 times the size. When you walk into the Temple of Time, it's not 3 times bigger, and there's a new back way in the Temple of Time and an underground to it and a secret door in it. And Death Mountain isn't 3 times as long to get to Death Mountain from Kakariko Village. Kokiri Forest doesn't have 3 times the amount of residents, Kokiri children, and stuff like that. It's just a 1-to-1 remake, but architecture-wise, new and not just painted over. But it takes a Star Fox approach with this much more voice acting, this much more back scenes. We're giving Ganondorf his backstory and all that stuff, but otherwise it's the same game, just visually very different. If this is that, I'm okay with that for Ocarina. Anyways, like I said, I dare not go too far in because I'll go nuts on it. You want to get nuts? We'll get nuts.
There you go. There's some Batman for you.
Bring it all back around. But I love the game. I don't have I don't have a score yet for it, but enjoyment factor is a 10 for me. Is it a perfect 10 game? I'm not giving it that yet because it's a hard game to review for some reason in some ways. But I love it. I love it.
All right. Well, that leaves Sandstorm left, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
Yes,
final
sir.
Star Fox player on the panel.
Yeah, man. So the game's great. I really enjoyed it. It does some things that like threw me off. I haven't played 64 like recently, and I wasn't planning on it because I wanted to go in here like as fresh as possible. But I can talk about the beginning part because I think most people played the demo. But I thought it was really cool how they started off. You like start off in the training, and so this is my first take. I didn't even play the demo, and so I'm playing, and I'm like, oh, okay, they're starting off in the demo, okay. And then you see some of the control options. You're like, oh, okay. So this is what this is for, to see if you really like this control scheme and everything. And so I remember from the old one, like you can stay in training as long as you wanted to. and I'm like, all right, you know what? I'll jump out of training after I kill 100 of the enemies or whatever. So I'm flying around, I'm shooting them down, lasers just pew pew pew, and all the while I hear the music playing faster, and I'm like, why is the music playing faster? And so I'm like, okay, whatever. Obviously, something's wrong, and keep playing, and then it just goes into a black screen, and I'm like, okay, what just happened? Just for the next scene for them to be like playing in VR, and I'm like, yo, that's such a dope concept. So the whole time in the game, what it does, it kind of like Game Bird said, it gives a huge amount of like feeling and want to like traverse the game. And it not that it necessarily n- well, it does and it doesn't, but not that your decisions like matter, they matter, but like they don't matter to the point where like the whole game is going to be like so devastatingly different, that if you go this way versus this way. But what's really interesting is that in the cinematics, for every level, uh General Pepper talks about one thing and he talks about another thing. And he's like, oh, this is going on over here. At some point we need somebody to check this out, but really we need this. This is the problem that's going on. Excuse me. And so, Fox is like, all right, okay, well, I'll talk with my team. And so the team actually talks things out. And by the time you're at the end of the conversation, now, like usually in Star Fox 64, I'm like, oh, I know where I'm going to go. But at the end of the conversation, I'm like, dang, do I want to go left or do I want to go right? Like, it really puts like somewhat of a strain. You already know, if you've already played the old one, you already know what's going to happen in each of the levels. But now it's like, I feel compelled. The way he talked about how all these people were going to die, I should probably go that way, even though I know this is the hard section and I need to get those extra points. Um, and they do that in a really satisfying way. The banter that they have between each of the characters, I think, is really well done. Like Paul said, in the area, I forgot what they call it, the hollow area, you get all the descriptions of each of the characters. That was something I didn't know about them that's not really conveyed in the 64 is like, yeah, we know this is like their first, supposed to be like a rendition of their first adventure together, but like Fox is 18, Falco's 19, Slippy's 18, and Peppy is 42 or 46. And it's like, wait a minute, like I thought Fox was like, I thought he was in his 20s or something. He's fresh out of high school, and and you can tell with the way they talk and with the way they handle themselves, like, okay, these guys really are like, this really is their first adventure. And Peppy really talks about, teamwork and camaraderie that you don't see in the old one, to the point where you really actually feel like you're getting the team together, like you're really actually meshing them together. And it's felt when a character ends up, I can't say die because they don't die on the level, but you know what I mean. Like, you lose a character on that level, it really gets felt when you go into the next level and they're not there, because the conversation is no longer there. But you can hear them talk through, Great Fox, and it's a little bit different, but you don't get that same. It's not the same action. So I do really like that. Like Game Bird said, music spot on, absolutely amazing. You go into Corneria and you hear that first, it changes the whole feeling gets changed up. You don't get that same horn that you heard in DK, that you heard in Ocarina of Time, that you heard in Star Fox, that you heard in GoldenEye. It's not the same horn. This is a real horn that you're listening to play in the orchestra, and I think that's really awesome. Online, I've had a couple matches online as well. Thoroughly enjoy the online aspect. I love the idea of PvPvE. It would be cool if there was more PvP. or just even some more odd modes that I'm sure that they can add to down the way. I will say this in the middle of my whole stint. The Storm crew is already set and prepared to take on any challengers. We already ready. Just know if you see Pigma on the screen, know that's me. I'm Pigma. You know what I'm saying? I wanna be him. He is me. Too bad daddy's not here. Too bad daddy's not here to see you fail. He says crash and burn in the other one. And I'm like, missed opportunity. But yeah, I the replayability is astronomically high. Just off the point system, the challenge mode creates a whole thing for it. And what's really cool is for those people out there who are still complaining about achievements, this is like riddled with achievements through the whole game. Points, doing certain actions and stuff like that grants you different avatars in the game. It also gives you you get like a license as well. And you can change the license and background and all the other stuff depending on how much work you do and what work you do in the game. I will say this to anybody who hasn't played it yet or is planning on playing it. Please, 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 if you've played this on the 64, please, as your first run, do the false ending before you do the true ending. Because if you do the false ending first, the ending of the false one is way different than the ending of the true one. To the point that I will say this, and it's not a huge spoiler. The ending of the false one, you don't get the credits. You don't get the credits in the ending of the false one. And the ending of the true one, you do get the credits. And the false one, if you do the false one first, it almost feels like this is like A New Hope, Return of the Jedi. Like it is really set up that way. It is really set up that way. So definitely do it that way. The only other thing that I can say about this game, the only negative thing to me that I can say about this game, I do really like the voice acting in this game. I do think it is top notch especially for the characters that you're playing with. But the bosses just don't hit the same. Like I don't in the English version. Now I've played it, I've listened to it in Spanish. Shout outs to Cisco because he Nintendo Cisco. He told me he played it in Spanish and it has a certain ring to it. In French and German, they all have certain rings to them. But like for instance, the first level, you do the secret, going under all the little areas and you go to the right instead of going straight. And you fight that boss. And in the 64, he's like, "Who are you guys?" And Star Fox is like, "Where's Star Fox?" It kind of gives that like cool, like type of feel to it. And in the in the regular,
I created a monster of a show when I got people going like a highlight late in the show. Oh my god! All right.
And then it's like new Star Fox. He's like, "Who are you guys?" And Star Fox is like, "Where's Star Fox?" And I'm like, "Oh,
where's Star Fox?"
Yeah, like, oh man. I miss all the bosses. Step on the gas. No, hit the brakes. I miss all of that. They had a lot more feeling in the old 64 ones than they do now to me, but I still think the voice acting now is relative to its time. So, which is now. But overall, I think it's a really good. I think it's a must buy on the Switch too. Like this game, you absolutely have to buy, especially for the multiplayer, because I think this game will start off like connecting those dots as far as like things like game chat and, you know, playing online with your friends. It really, especially when you're flying and you need help, you need that, like, yo, I'm getting blown out of the sky, come help me out. Or as Slippy says, whoa, help me. So yeah, I would say this game is definitely a 8, solid 8 out of 10. Solid 8 out of 10. Sorry, Fox. Oh, wait. Sorry, Fox. I thought they had me. There we go.
Oh God. All right. All right. And we're gonna go right to the Q&A there. We'll save the Metroid one for a future episode because there's some like additional stuff that I've just been noticing that keeps coming out. So I'm just gonna kind of let that simmer for a bit because we might have a bit more details on this Metroid Ravenous. For those wondering, that is a leak today. But we'll get to that in our next episode. Sounds like we might have a bit more details to go over for it by then. So let's get to the Q&A. That's the super chats everyone that's been doing throughout the show, and you can still do right now if you're watching live. Pokemon fan came in saying, give me Coliseum this month for her birthday.
Please.
That'd be great. That would be. Mike Odyssey re-upped his membership. Thank you so much, Mike. Demonic Brawler gifted Game Bird a membership. Get some membership gifting coming on here because Steak 1024 gave me 10 members. Thank you so much, Steak. We're not done because the Demonic Brawler became a member, and also he did it again. So there you go, lots of members from Brawler. But then Steak said, "Hey, don't forget about me. We gotta give Stash 10 members as well. Oh, forget about the Birdman. He needs 10 members too. So
how could you?
Just give him that royal treatment across the board." Demonic Brawler, though, made sure that I got 1 membership. So thank you so much, Demonic Brawler. All right. Jimzo, I don't know if anyone else noticed in the last day that the version 1.7.0 Mario Kart World released. It added 2 new rallies for Knockout Tour. Yep. It was in my second video today. Yeah. Look, anytime they add new content, it's good. You could argue whether it's new or not. It's just same content, but done on a different route. But that for Knockout Tour, that actually makes a big difference. So it actually is really neat they did this, and they're not charging for an update. Like, they're perfect. I hope we. And by the way, they promised more of them.
Trying to creep into that $80 is worth it.
Yeah, so they're adding more content. Yeah, and since they gave these ones for free, I would suspect the other Knockout Tour ones they're going to add in the future are also going to be free. So
while Sony is taking down their store. It's wild at the same time. It's wild.
There's wild stuff happening right now. Okay. The industry is, I don't know. All I know is I gotta say, as a guy that's been covering Nintendo, it does like this podcast every week. It has been kind of refreshing to have the heat not be on Nintendo for a while now. It feels like it was really heavy, and then like we got to this year, and it kind of like backed off. Once we got past the game keycard thing with Pokopia, it just kind of went away.
Yep. I was a podcaster during the Wii U days, so it wasn't
yeah, the Wii U days. I enjoyed the Wii U, but trying to do content back then, man. I ran a Zelda site back then, and I'm like, dude, we didn't get a Zelda game the whole fucking generation. It was so wow. Dude, it was so rough trying to be a daily website. Anyways, Donald Brawler gave Thunderstash a membership. Jimzo says, Prime, how does one tell if Thunderstash is, I actually don't know.
Happy?
Yeah, happy.
I talk about bricked up. I definitely don't know about that. That's something that's with Michaela, and that'd be a very awkward conversation. Feels like one conversation might happen on a drunken night at PAX. That's about the only time something like that. It's a weird shit comes up with those drunken nights. You never know. Well, Gamer would like to know. He'd be part of it this time. There's some crazy stuff that happens.
Right. No.
The Minor Brawler says, bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, NHL hits, but also please include physical versions.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I think that pipe dream is probably gone, the physical part. But them coming back at all, hope's always alive.
Yeah, I don't think EA is going to deliver a physical version for us.
EA is not the one I would
if they decide to make it.
Yeah, I would lean on
that. Gosh. Not only would it be digital, but you would have to pay for all of the players.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't even get a game key card on Nintendo, it would be a code in a box. We already know that.
Just want
They
NBA
did
Street,
it with
man.
Pulp Fiction, so like that's literally what they're gonna do. They're gonna put a code in the box. Sucks. That's if they even release physical versions of those games. I got a feeling they wouldn't, because they'd probably make them like. Well, I'm hoping they make them like $20 games, but this is EA.
I'm hoping the Saudis want it.
I'm
If they
hoping-
want it, we'll get it.
Well, it's free to play, but it's just microtransaction city. I'm like, God fucking damn it.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
He's on fire. Tell me $9. What?
You want Air Dog? That'll be $30 a month.
Right. It says, happy early birthday to Nintendo Prime and Pokemon Fan 34 and myself, who all share the same birthday on July 5th. Also, another shout out for Pokemon Coliseum. Lots of demand for that game.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Not yet. Sunday. Trying to enjoy what's left of my 30s.
Yeah, the big 4-0.
It's going away quick. Jorge FT says, great pod. Glad we have this combo on physical. There you go.
Pause.
Gonna have to burn it. You have to burn it, man.
Reaper, I personally don't care. I only buy digital anyway, but I feel like Stash should be pissed the most. Just look behind it.
It's all of us, man.
To be fair, Stash might be like, oh, maybe it's a relief. I was gonna have to buy a second house just for my collection.
Gosh.
I bought a shit for the rest of mine. It's
right.
It's tough.
DeMar Rollins says, I missed the PS3 and Xbox 360 era. Not only could we download our music directly to the console, we could listen to it on almost any game. Oh,
That was
lavish.
That was really cool.
Custom soundtracks. You
I
can do it on
forgot
Wii
that.
as well. Like depending on the game, like
certain games will let you do it.
Yeah.
Dude, what
put
a
an SD card in there.
byproduct. Why did that go away? People still love background music. Why the fuck did that go away?
Yeah. They just said
Why
no.
is that a feature we just don't do anymore? You can make us buy the music, whatever, but like,
right?
What the fuck? It's weird.
I think that was part of the excuse for them including the hard drives in there, like to get us to where we are now.
Yeah. Well, because I mean, I even think like, okay, some games obviously I wouldn't put any background music with, but then I'm like, dude, all my sports games, I'd like to put my own shit in there.
Yeah,
my own shit.
It was
Fuck
cool.
yeah, dude.
All the racing games, absolutely. Need for Speed.
Oh
please.
man, dude. What? Okay, look, you're gonna take physical away, PlayStation. Give this feature back, please, on PS6.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Seriously. Background music. Let's go. You literally have music license bullshit. Come on, make it happen.
I remember I used to put the NBA on NBC theme for 2K back in the day.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I loved it, man.
All right. We had a $20 super chat come in here from Kraken, and he says, I believe Rockstar made GTA 6 digital only because of their marketing push with Sony. They would have known what was coming. So instead of making physical and locking people who bought it out in the future, they made it digital. You know what's really interesting about that prospect? So I was rereading Sony's thing. It's very clear. They're still going to be making the discs. They're just not making it for any new games as of January. GTA could have been physical, and it will be physical for years. They would still be making those discs. So while obviously there had to be some coordination, probably from both, but if not, definitely on Sony's part. As Sash said, it was really good. There's no good timing, technically, to make a really bad announcement. No matter what, it's always going to come across bad. But their focus, I don't think, is really on PS5 anymore anyways. Like, their focus is on PS6. So you get all that bad news out before PS6 gets revealed, because then you already expect the bad news. So then it lets you focus on other stuff, which could be more bad news, like the price. Yeah.
Believe me, I think Rockstar did it all digital because it increased the ease of DRM for them. They don't have to worry about anything being
no leaks,
locked
no
up.
trades,
No
no
leaks, yep.
none of that.
Yeah.
There's a lot to it. It's
Nothing
all
will leak.
beneficial to them.
Yeah. And no resales. Anyone who ever plays the game bought it from them.
You just bought the game, and you know.
Has anybody done this before though? Like, there's still no footage of this game around, other than the leaked footage from a while back.
No.
That's crazy.
Like announce the game for pre-orders and not shown it. I mean, yeah, that's happened. But like for the game to be this hyped and still They claim that last trailer, half of it was gameplay. Okay, maybe. I don't fucking know. How about you show the game?
Right.
Then I'll believe that it was half gameplay. What half was gameplay? Because the way you presented it was like a cutscene.
Yeah. It was gameplay cutscene.
Because they said it was half gameplay, half cutscene. I'm like, okay, well, if I can't tell the difference, which, yeah, you can argue that's a really impressive visual feat that I can't tell the difference. That also means I can't see any gameplay happening. And that's what I actually do is the gameplay. So I want to see what I do in this game. As GTA, I got a good idea of what I'm going to do, but still, I want to see it.
Right.
I'm just going to say it. The frame rate is probably like 15 frames per second when you get 5 stars. I mean, that's just how those games are. They're not. For whatever reason, I don't know what to say. Like Angel Studios makes a really good engine. Like they're technical wizards and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
But Rockstar North as developers, they don't really care.
No.
Their games are like, look, if you get 4+ star, I don't know what to tell you, but things are going to go haywire. So I expect the same for this game. So I don't know. People are like PS5 Pro, and I'm like, you sure?
I was not gonna buy a GTA 6, and then my fiance today, I told everyone in my chat, you guys know, she finally found out the game exists today. She finally saw an ad, and she's like, "So you're getting me GTA 6, right?" I'm like,
"Oh man,
fine, yes, I'll get you GTA 6." God damn it!
One team.
Okay, so guys, I'll probably be trying GTA myself since it's in my house. I might as well try it.
Might as well just load it up.
And just so that I'm like, so whose account am I tying it to? Mine or yours? That's the discussion we have to have right now.
That's the fight right there.
On your account, but then you can only play it on your account on my Xbox that is primary.
Don't feel bad. I was told I can't play Animal Crossing. It's her game. I can't play it.
Oh shit. We play Animal Crossing together. Of course, you can't do it like before we use one copy. Fucking Nintendo. Jesus Christ.
Now you can game share.
Remember, I don't fucking,
Game share isn't in Animal Crossing. I think that's the one game that doesn't have it.
For you guys fucking over my Animal Crossing experience. I'm like, not that you bitches. I've been hypercritical.
Nintendo's like, buy 2 copies, bro.
You fucking lied to me. You said you would change nothing about the old system. You liars. Seriously, anytime that people tell me I don't criticize Nintendo, I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I was at the forefront of calling them out on this crap. They fucking won because it pissed me off because Yulia and I could no longer play Animal Crossing together.
I remember that. Like, no, I will stand for you on that one. You were like you were probably one of the only ones that were calling it out publicly.
Yeah, even all the hater channels reference me. They're like, fucking Nintendo Prime said this? I'm like, yeah, no shit. I call shit out when I don't like it. I'm just easy to please. So it takes a lot to piss me off. What pisses me off? You took away my ability to play a game with my wife. That pisses me off.
Right.
Like, that's going to make me mad. Maybe you want $60 more out of my ass. Fuck you. Guess what? We haven't turned on Animal Crossing since then, you fuckers. Out of principle. Of course, we'll be there fucking day one, sucking down the next Animal Crossing. No, except now we'll have 2 copies, so we won't have this problem. Thanks, Nintendo. Joey Pitts, will Star Fox Online get an update for more maps? I hope so. I have no idea if there's a roadmap plan. See, that's the thing. Like, we always give Nintendo credit. Like, hey, you launch complete games and blah, blah, blah. But then, like, certain things when there's, like, multiplayer modes, I'm like, I wouldn't hate a roadmap before launch for multiplayer, actually. That would not be a bad idea.
I'd like to see that.
But, like, Nintendo just, like, doesn't do that. Like, with Splatoon, okay, yeah, you know what'll happen with Splatoon because they set the precedent. But with Star Fox, it's like, I don't know if they're ever going to add anything new. But I hope so.
I'm starting to feel like if they do, they need to roll it all into NSO.
That would be nice.
Everything that's extra rolled into NSO.
I was saying the whole time, yeah, you should make it available to purchase separately, but absolutely, NSO, dude, what a value add to NSO.
Yep.
Get those numbers up, Nintendo. This is an idea you got to run with, man. I know you've been trying to crack that 36 million barrier. You got to add something that people care about. More systems to NSO ain't going to do it.
Right.
Okay. Winterman comes in and says, do you think an all digital base PS6 will be 1 terabyte or 2 terabyte? An astronomical price. Could the Switch 3 or Switch 2 Pro, for that matter, go all digital? Okay, so loaded question. An all digital base PS5 will be 1 or 2 terabytes. Right now, today, I'd say 1.
Yeah.
They're trying to get the cost down as much as possible, even though 2 would be more appropriate.
2 years ago, I would say 4, but you can't do that now. So.
No, that's the thing with that's so like, yeah, 4 would be great, but it's just, I think it'll be 1 just for cost. They're gonna do anything they can to get that cost down. It's because, guys, it is flirting with $1,000 just component wise. You don't have it's just just do your own research out there. It's crazy. So like, I don't know if they're gonna charge $1,000. They might undercut that to 900 or something, but it's going to be a really fucking expensive. Whatever the cheapest version is going to be really fucking expensive.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking at least PS5 Pro price, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Obviously, also we're projecting out a year or two. Although it does sound like RAM prices ain't fucking going anywhere. They just locked that shit in for 5 years. So
yeah.
So it will delay the PS6 for what price change? There's not a price change coming. It's only going to stay the same or get worse.
Yeah.
All right. And then he says, could the Switch 3 or Switch 2 Pro, for that matter, go all digital? I mean, sure.
I don't see a Switch 2 Pro.
I don't
know. Switch 2 Pro would. Yeah, Switch 2 Pro I don't think would, because then it's like, oh, you want to upgrade, but now all your physical games you can't play it?
Yeah. They'll just sell an OLED again.
Yeah.
But a Switch 3... See, when Nintendo does go all digital, I do think it won't be sudden. I think it'll be like what Sony did, where like Switch 3 will launch with one with physical and without for cheaper. And then they'll try to push that cheaper one. And then by the time we get to Switch 4, that's when they finally go say, yeah, like they're doing with PlayStation. Like, so I still think we have physical for one more generation with Nintendo.
So like a Switch 3 Lite would be all digital, maybe?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
I have a hot take. I actually think they're starting to move into their process too, because of virtual game cards.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they're setting up virtual game cards so that all the physicals that we have keys for our games that we've already had on Switch 1 and Switch 2. So the time that Switch 3 comes over, they're like, hey, did you buy physical for Switch 1 and Switch 2? Well, guess what? Game key or virtual key cards. Those can now come over as virtual games, and you still got the physical ones. Congratulations for collectors. You can still play those same games without having to buy them again.
Yeah, I definitely think they're looking. I don't know if it's necessarily for that example per se, but they're definitely looking for future digital. That's definitely what that's for. So whatever platform they're going to have is going to be all digital. They're like, this is how you're still going to be able to swap cartridges around. So I don't think they did that because they were just like, hey, this would be a cool thing to do for right now. They're thinking long term for sure.
Anthony comes in just as you guys are all pretty cool. Thanks so much.
Well, thanks.
Yeah.
I know.
Could GameStop, a little third component to this physical game conversation, could GameStop shift to used games exclusively? Well, I mean,
I feel like that's kind of their...
48. That's a yes for anything not Nintendo.
Yeah.
So they're kind of being forced into it anyways. The GameStop has made a lot of shifts over the years. The crazy thing to me is like as physical becomes less and less relevant, they just posted like their first quarter in the green in like ages. Now GameStop doesn't have any debt, guys. That whole stock market thing actually wiped out all their debt, so that's why they're still even in business. Otherwise, they probably would have went under. So they're actually good on money. They're not like out of money. They can survive for a bit. But they finally just had a thing in the green, which I thought was wild. That also means that some of the changes they made must be working, such as obviously they've closed a piss load of stores. That's the first thing you do when a business is failing. But the stores they have kept open, they've transitioned into more collectibles, more retro stuff, and it seems to be actually going over fairly well. Even the pricing hasn't been too bad. And even like recent like tech tubers that have like bought used retro stuff from them and compared it to other ones, are like, GameStop's is actually like delivering the quality they say they're going to give you, which is interesting. Because GameStop used to have a really bad reputation of not giving you, decent quality with the used products. So I think it's interesting. GameStop, I don't know what the long-term health for them will be. Obviously, they're a used game store that sells nerd stuff and collectibles, kind of like a PopCon store. I don't really know what the long-term viability is for that. I think it was like a mom and pop, you're fine, but they're not a mom and pop. They still have hundreds of stores. So it's kind of like, I'm not really sure, because Nintendo alone is not going to be enough to keep you guys.
I think they'll kind of hold it down too with Pokemon cards. I
Pokemon
see
cards
that's like the big,
huge at GameStop.
Yeah,
You guys want
Pokemon cards and retro stuff because they're
you
still
guys
trying to
want
buy
to
the market on
the
that.
midnight launches are? Go to the launch of new TCG packs.
Oh
Seen
yeah,
plenty of that on
Dude,
X.
the lines at GameStop are fucking around the fucking block. You'd think a new system is launching. Nope, it's just a new trading card pack.
Fighting for spots in line as well.
Yeah, I've seen the fights on X.
You get one
Entertaining.
fucking pack. That's all you get. Just one. You're fighting in line for one pack. That's all they'll sell you. And then it probably won't even have what you want in it. And you literally physically fought someone 5 hours ago for that spot.
Yeah,
So it was worth it. So yeah, you exclusively. I mean, they'll be forced into it, but they sell other merch, and that's probably where they're making more of their money from these days. But they still do a lot of retro stuff. They're even buying retro stuff. You got to bring in Dreamcast shit, they'll buy it. They're doing pretty well on the resale market, I think, which explains why they were trying to buy eBay.
Yep, that's exactly why.
Yep.
Like it fits in perfect with their business. Plus, it just literally diversifies them infinitely.
They get to set the price.
Yeah.
That part, the price
They get to
fixing
be the
part.
Beckett.
Yep. They get to be the market. Reaper says, I think GameStop knew this was coming. That's why 70% of GameStops are now collectibles. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they saw the writing. They were trying to find a way to be profitable because they're still going to carry the new stuff. That's just the volume's not there for the profit margin to be. So, like, how do we stay viable? Because people still, trying to come to us first. We still do X amount of sales a year, X amount of pre-orders. So right now they found a way to be in the green. We'll see if it stays that way. 2028 is going to be a very interesting year. It's also going to be very interesting because I assume if GameStop is still around that there'll be midnight launches for PS6. And I wonder how awkward that's going to be to have midnight launches where you're just getting a system and there's literally
No
nothing
games.
on you.
yeah.
Do you want to buy a PSN card? Like,
well, I'm never going to be back in the store again. After, you guys will be closed by the time I come back in this store for the next system. What do you mean? What about what? I can't buy any games from you. Well, we sell. Yeah. So does the shop on the store. Why would I come to a store to buy a digital code? I'm good. Right. The reason, by the way, guys, is to take advantage of reward programs and point programs and stuff. You can actually find a way to some of the double or triple. Dude, Nintendo was insane when they had the gold coins because you could buy the digital codes at GameStop and stack your coins there and then double stack it with Nintendo. And next thing you know, you're spending fucking $10 on a $20 game. It was awesome.
Yeah. I actually heard.
What'd you hear?
That they're stopping that program. Yeah.
Rewards program's going away.
Yeah. I heard
sunset.
Yeah. They haven't made it. I don't think they've made the official announcement yet, but
no. I think, what is it? What did you hear, Stash? What month?
Let me look at this DM.
Because I think my person said, dang, I actually think it was the end of June.
They said something out a while ago telling you to get ready, but
yeah, because you can grandfather yourself in. And I really hope it wasn't before or it wasn't June.
Anyone who signs up after July 15th for a new pro membership or renews after that date will no longer earn the 2% back in points.
Yeah.
And then August 15th, so 6 weeks, points accrual stops entirely across the board for all existing members. And then August 15th, 2027, you have a year to spend any of your remaining points. So you stop accruing in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Now, to be clear, guys, the membership still exists and there's still other perks. But the primary perk The multiple reason people used it was because they would stack. They would stack their points up and basically get free money. The other reasons, obviously, you get some discounts, little pro membership discounts. But for the most part, those discounts aren't anything to write home about. You can get those games just as cheap elsewhere. Yeah. It sucks. Times are changing.
It says, despite getting rid of the point system, GameStop is keeping the pro membership priced at $25 a year.
Yeah.
We're going to make our money.
GameStop.
You're going to give us our money.
I don't know if they're still doing this, even though I'm a member, because I never take advantage of it. They used to give you like a free $5 you could spend every month. So if you actually took advantage of it, it would more than pay for the membership.
Okay, so it says
they're still doing that.
The $5 monthly
credit
coupon.
card to do
the
that?
$5 coupon. Yeah.
It says the $5 monthly coupon perk is staying for now, but there is a major catch. Corporate recently pushed an update to their store registers that removed the offers tab. This means store associates can no longer see your available coupons or apply your $5 monthly reward at the counter. It says you are now required to log into the GameStop app on your own phone and pull up the barcode yourself to use it. And
I just had to do that.
Yeah, you've always been able
it's
to do
likely
that,
going to go away.
It's the
as
crony
well.
capitalism
They
for
used
me,
to be able to
man.
do it on their back end. Oh, that's shitty. So that used to be the thing that could justify the membership was like, yeah, but if you buy one used game a month, which is really easy to do when you love fucking video games, and you get $5.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're fucking it all up. Just like the Best Buy program got all fucked up and everything.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Best Buy rewards was on point for a while.
Yeah, I stacked as many as I could.
Costco discount on eShop card. That's the only thing that's been reliable in my life.
Yeah. You do.
And Newegg. Newegg has discounts on the eShop cards a lot too online.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know Newegg had it. Okay.
Yeah, Newegg has a lot of discounts on the eShop cards. Sometimes you get crazy deals. I think they had the $100 one for like $70 the other day. I'm like, fuck yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah, smooth.
Really got to pay attention. Those are deals. Sometimes you can get like a crazy one for 75 for 100 at like Costco, but during the holidays. But dude, I saw 70 and I'm like, oh, Newegg, you ain't fucking around. All right. Jorge says it's funny how Stash brought up how businesses are led by business people. Nintendo's led by a businessman. But they have enough leaders below them who have done all the game production work, like Shiggy and Koizumi. I'd also say that like Nintendo is ran by a businessman right now. That's what people call him anyways. They're all businessmen, but he was in finance, right? He was an accountant. So obviously, very business oriented. But the thing is, he also has been at Nintendo for like 20 years. Like all these people at Nintendo has a certain way they want to run their company. And it honestly, if you look at like how it's ran now versus Iwata, they're really not running it that much differently. The biggest difference is not being personality forward. Like that was a marketing decision by Iwata to be like, I think this is good for our brand. And obviously, since he passed, what Nintendo, I think, realized when that happened is, well, people aren't loyal to the brand. They're loyal to the personality of the person. And that's a scary notion for us. We don't want loyalty to Reggie, loyalty to Iwata, loyalty to Miyamoto. We want loyalty to Mario, to Link, to Pikachu. And so that's when they really started pulling back. So it made a lot of business sense why they did that, because they want people to be tied to the IPs. And for the most part, they are. And it's working. Very different Nintendo, but in a lot of ways, very similar.
It's kind of like they went back to the beginning, because Yamauchi he was a shrewd businessman.
Oh, yes, he was.
He didn't take any, the rest of the sentence, but yeah.
He didn't compromise him, I'll tell you that. You come into his office, you do what he says, or you get the fuck out.
Yep.
Yeah, that. By the way, that's why we lost some of those third parties at the time, because he would not budge at all on anything. No, we have the Nintendo seal. You want that seal? You want to drop your game on our platform? Get rid of the blood. Get rid of that. Chase them all the way to PlayStation. But everyone won in the end. Nintendo and PlayStation are technically the industry leaders today. So technically, you can argue they both won in the end. Will they win long haul? Who the hell knows? Nintendo will probably be around. Look, Nintendo will just leave video games one day if it doesn't work for them. They don't give a shit. Nintendo used to make playing cards. Like they'll just shift this to a different industry if they absolutely need to. But gaming makes them way too much money to worry about that right now. All right, Karkun, our resident Japanese resident, comes in and says the other day, wasted days looking for my physical copy of Split Fiction, only to remember it was a code in a box.
Oh no!
Somebody needs to fix this. Like, I want to buy a copy of this game.
It's such a good game too, but fuck, I have it, man, because I was like, I want one of every type of box for Switch 2. That still, I'm all right. So I got to get at least one that's a game key code. I'll at least make it a game I want to play. But dude, it's so disappointing. Every time I look at the box, I'm like, oh, that's right, I own Split Fiction. Then I open, oh fuck, that's right, I own Split Fiction. It's fucking on my fucking, god damn it. It doesn't feel right. Why do I have a physical box for a thing I can't insert? Like, at least the key card, because of course I have a key card. Of course, at least I have to physically insert it. At least I get some of that satisfaction of the physical.
Yep.
Instead, I get the box and fucking nothing. I might as well just handmade that shit at home. Jesus Christ, I can print inserts. I can buy blank Switch 2 boxes, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
I know I can buy a blank Switch 1. Switch 2, I don't know if those are widely available yet, but someone will make them. All right. Anyways, it's really frustrating at times, that game, because it's such a fucking good game.
Yep.
Cody, any plans for the 4th? You guys got any plans?
Yeah.
Oh, mines are so disappointing. Hopefully my wife doesn't hear me say that. We are going to this is not disappointing. We're going to go see her family. What is disappointing is her family is from Ohio. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm a Michigander. You know how we
And we're Wisconsin. We get it. That place. I can say it ain't my family.
Oh, hey, real quick question. This is Michigan thing. I will show her this part. So we've had this debate back and forth because she's from Ohio. I don't know how it started, but basically the question was, who owns the Great Lakes? What state owns the Great Lakes?
Ooh. That's a good question. Yeah, it's like 4 states, right?
It's only one.
I'm gonna say
It's
Canada.
only one.
I'll just say Canada. Just avoid.
Yeah.
Canada. Dude, I'm staying out of this debate. I know how many times I've had this debate with Michigan people over one Great Lake. Now we're debating all of them. Fuck.
Like, you don't even own Ontario. It's not even touching. Yeah, but it's like related. So
It's a Great Lake, right? So it's just thrown in there. Don't worry about what it borders. It's fine.
right.
Even though that's the whole discussion. All right. All right, guys. That's going to do it then for this episode. Let's go around and let people know what we got going on, where they can find us. Make sure to shout out our fallen comrade, Favlam. He's not really fallen. He had to dip the fuck out. You know what's funny? He's the youngin' of the group, and he's the one that at PAX will be partying until 5 a.m. to be back at PAX at 9 a.m.
Ridiculous.
And then he has to leave every podcast early because he's tired. I feel like the priorities. I'm going to start talking to him about this a little bit. Or you know what it is? When he is up that super late at PAX, he has had quite a bit to drink. Maybe it awakens the beast.
It's called alcohol dependency.
Yeah. Yeah, alcohol dependency. I can't stay awake unless I'm drinking alcohol. But I am curious because I haven't been drinking with him yet. Maybe it awakens a beast in that guy. You know, you have people like that where they get a few in them and you're like, okay, now he's fucking ready to go all night.
Yeah, probably the case.
That does happen. All right. So shout out to Favlam. Let's go to Sandstorm, man. What do you got going on? Where can they find you?
Oh man, Sandstorm McDowell. Part of the Sandstorm Rebirth channel on YouTube. Shout outs to the full Stormcast, Trey Vito, Nintendo Cisco, Action Jack, as well, and Geronimo. We talk about video game and gaming news. We also talk about mental health, if you haven't heard before. Really in touch with our subscribers' mental health, just making sure everything is good. Because, you know, not everybody checks on everybody these days, and I think that's really important that we make sure that we're all good, especially in the video game community where now it's really toxic. So, people make personal attacks and things like that. So we definitely want to make sure everybody in our community is doing well. We will also, I'm wearing the latest, even though this looks like the same shirt, this is actually not the same. If I can stand up, I won't stand all the way up, but this is actually our latest shirt for Houston, because we will be down in Houston next week. Oh no, did I leave? What happened? Oh, I was like, what happened? Did I get kicked off?
He just trying to promote you.
Oh, I appreciate that. Hold on. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, be full screen again. Get that promo in the right way.
Thank you. So we will be in Houston next week, next Saturday, for DreamCon. So if you live in the Houston area, or if you are planning to go to DreamCon, we will be there with free merch. This is also the hat as well. Put that in. Go ahead and get you a hat as well.
Nice.
And we've got a few other things as well that we will be giving away. So make sure you say hi if you're down that way. Other than that, we are also on the Winging It Podcast. Me and Shadow on the Winging It Podcast with Jay, Accent Jack, and Andre, the Game Idea Guy. Shout outs to Vicky too, because I'm not about to get in trouble. But yeah, that's where you can find me, as well as on Twitter under Deacon Sandstorm McDowell, like you see here. And I want to thank you guys again for throwing me on the podcast.
Yeah, no problem, man. All right, Fox, what you got going on? Where do they find you?
Same thing. Channel Dead Not Dead. My podcast is called the Shadowcast. I don't think I've done one yet this year. I will do one at some point, but typically I'm a regular on the Winging It Podcast with Sandstorm, Dow, and Jay, and Action Jack, and Andre, the Game Idea Guy. We do that weekly-ish as much as possible, and like he said, we'll get in trouble if we don't mention Vicky, Professor White, on our podcast. But on the Shadowcast, which I'm going to try to spin back up pretty soon here, maybe I can get a Nintendo Prime on there, and we'll talk gaming at a little bit of a deeper level, and talk about some other stuff like how games run and other things of that nature. And that's typically what I talk about on social media as well. So you can follow me on Twitter, where I destroy souls about people who really don't know how games run and stuff like that. So yeah, it's just that kind of thing. And there are associated acts in there. You'll see other people on social media and other YouTubers that I associate with here and there.
That's not a game. He wasn't kidding.
Look, if you want to discover every single console warrior troll that exists on X, just follow Shadow Fox.
Yeah, for whatever reason they gravitate to me. I don't know why. It usually doesn't end well for them, but yeah. So that's pretty much me. I have a slogan, kind of, I guess. Some people like it, some people don't. And I typically say, do you play games to have fun or to impress other people? And that's typically how I end that. But I don't know. I'm off kilter today, so you gotta spread me.
Good. I used a line similar to that the other day when someone tried to check my gamer score on me. I'm like, dude, am I playing games for me or am I playing it for fucking you? I ain't here to impress you.
What are we doing?
I don't even know my gamer score. I don't even fucking ever look at it. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Fuck. By the way, you gotta make sure we also shout out our other fallen comrade, Mr. Paul Gale Network. His phone died. He's fine.
He lives on.
His phone died. He's here though.
Yeah, likely story.
Medium pace ways. He's always around. All right, let's go to everyone else. Eric, what you got going on? Where can they find you?
Oh, not a whole lot going on. Just here on the podcast. And you can find me here on our Clips channel and the audio version.
Well, you can find me. Where the fuck am I?
That's not what I wanted to say.
You can also find us in person at PAX West this year. If you guys are out there, I'm saying we got to start telling people know we're going to be out there.
PAX West, that's a ride. Okay.
Yeah. So people want to meet up with us. We're going to be out there the whole time, the whole crew, having a damn
Less
good
than
time.
2 months.
The wives will be there.
So wild, dude.
Andres Restart might be coming. Wow. So he might
is he going this year? That'd
he
be
is
cool.
waiting on joining the group. Yeah.
You know what's funny? Speaking on PAX West, to get the ball rolling, I've already started thinking about the vlog and putting together music that I want to use for it this year, and thinking about what kind of edits or how I want to theme it this year. I really enjoyed last year's, so I want this year's to be even better. I have some ideas, so I might have to float some ideas. We might have to create a few moments, but
cool. All right. Well, Birdman.
Yeah, I'll continue.
Where can I find you?
What's up, guys? Gamebird Classic here. You guys know where to find me on YouTube at Gamebird Classic or on Twitter at _Birdmaster. I recently dropped 2 reviews. I have another discussion video coming out very soon, followed by another review video. And I will right now. I have a lot of free time, so you'll probably be seeing more of me via live streams and videos in the very near future. But yeah,
which means you might be seeing me send you guys over to the Birdman in the very near future. We'll see.
Oh yeah,
we'll see. All right. A man whose body was born ready. Stash.
Super busy as always. You guys know where to find me, Thunderstash Gaming. So what I got going on, I mentioned earlier, I just finished doing all my edits for Summer Game Fest for the remaining videos, and I was just counting them again. So I got 15 videos already uploaded to YouTube that aren't public yet. They're scheduled on top of the ones I already did. So those are hitting soon. Look forward to that. You know, these are games that aren't out. A lot of them are coming out in 2027. And also, I haven't seen this gameplay anywhere else. I've looked up some of the games that I'm covering that don't have embargoes, but I covered them already and no one else has covered them. So it's kind of interesting. Star Fox review. Again, I've been playing that for the last week, working on 100% in it. That's coming. Got my review code today for Rhythm Heaven. I'm going to review that one.
Nice.
I already thank you, Nintendo.
Yeah.
I got that. I got Devil May Cry 5, Sonic Frontiers, Elliot still. Just a handful of games and a handful of games coming up. And then I'm going to be getting the Mod Retro Chromatic. They're sending me out the M64 if you guys are familiar with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So they should be, I talked to them earlier today. They should be sending out the review package shortly here. And so that'll be fun. And that will give me an excuse to play some Nintendo 64, which I'm pretty excited about because my analog 3D is still sitting over there in its box. And I have not allowed myself to play it because I haven't literally had a moment to breathe. So yeah, lots coming. Stay tuned, guys. Lots of reviews, lots of previews. And then before you know it, it's going to be time to pack the bags again and head out for PAX.
Yeah, man. Dude, PAX is coming up so quick.
Very quick, especially after just getting back from Summer Game Fest. I'm like, oh, God.
Well, it hit me because like I was paying bills and stuff, and I sat there, I'm like, holy shit. The money I make in July is the money I'm going to have for PAX. Oh my fucking God. That's how close we are? Shit. like shit. That's what I still have a few months. Shit. No, I'm really excited for it. Obviously, my big hope is Zelda's there, but we'll see what else they end up bringing there. And third parties and indies are going to be bringing the heat like they always do. So it'll be really interesting because it'll be our first PAX where there should be, I would assume, more than just Nintendo with like demo units of Switch 2 on the floor.
Yeah, there will be.
Like, there should be some indie studios and others that can put demo units out of Switch 2. So that should be very interesting, especially on my side where like Stash covers everything, so the platform isn't really that important. But I only do the Nintendo stuff. So like going hands-on with a demo on PlayStation for a game coming to Switch 2, it's really hard to do like impressions for you guys because like one of the number one things we want to know is like how does it run? And I literally can't talk about it because I don't know how it runs on Switch 2. So I'm really hoping that a lot of companies are putting their stuff on Switch 2 for demos this year. It'd be sick. That's one thing I'd like to do. Now, last year I understood. It's the first year Switch 2 was even out, so I didn't expect anyone else to have units, but I'm hoping it gets expanded, especially some of the bigger ones. Like if we're in with Bandai Namco again and stuff, like I really hope they got some Switch 2 demos.
We'll be there.
Yeah, I kind of figured. I know you're pretty chummy with them, and they were really friendly with me. I haven't bothered to reach out to them yet about PAX, but
we'll be there with them. Capcom, a lot of people. It's gonna be a lot of fun, and
yeah, we're way better connected as a group this year than last year. Especially a certain stash man who maybe reviews games for a living. I don't know.
Man, I'm really excited.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, I just gotta remind myself one of the days that I'm there to like, hey, just take it all in. Get out of your work brain for a moment and just like take like, dude, you used to dream as a kid to go to these conventions and you weren't dreaming of working. Right?
That's all
like,
we did was work
like,
the whole time.
Like, soak it in for a moment that like, dude, you're in a fucking gaming convention with fucking Nintendo, Capcom, and Bandai Namco around you. Like, soak it in, motherfucker. This is your E3. This is what you get now. So soak it in.
That's what I did.
I know.
I'm sure that's what you did. That's not guys. You can obviously catch the podcast everywhere podcasts are heard. For the audio version, make sure you check out that Clips channel that Eric does all the work on over there. You guys can obviously check me out every day. I do daily Nintendo news. You throw some opinion content and discussion stuff in there sometimes as well, along with my live streams I do on a lot of nights just to kind of shoot the shit with the community. Because look, it's fun to play the games. It's also fun to talk about the games, and sometimes it's fun just to hang out, cross all the barriers there with the community and have a good time. More than that, though, obviously coming up, there's going to be a lot of coverage for Ocarina of Time. Zelda is a really big thing on my channel because it's my favorite IP. So there'll be a lot of Ocarina of Time videos. Even today, like Ocarina of Time kind of took over the thumbnail and the title because I knew it would get more views, even though the story in there only lasts like 30 seconds. But there is an actual story in there about Ocarina of Time. So I'm not lying to you, but like, yeah, most of the video is not going to be about that because there wasn't enough to make the whole video about that. But yeah, we focus a lot on Zelda because it's my favorite. That's my favorite franchise. So there'll be a lot more Ocarina of Time videos coming. But otherwise, yeah, we just cover all the news. I made a separate video today about if you guys want to see more thoughts I have on the PlayStation, pricing stuff, and removing the games, the physical games. You guys can go check out my video I made on that today. I usually don't cover news from other places, but I think, when it's that industry shifting, I think it's obvious why we should talk about that because kind of leaves Nintendo on an island. And you wonder, when is that island going to come to an end? And they're going to join the rest because Nintendo has slowly joined the rest with almost everything else. So it's, matter of time. But yeah, you can get some more thoughts I have on that. You can go check out that video. Otherwise, guys, look, I love this. This is my favorite thing I do every single week. We'll be back same time next week. Currently, we have 0 guests on the schedule for next week, but that could change because I have a few more messages I have to go through. And if you're wondering for anything else, I think Sandstorm's back on in a couple weeks. So you're going to see him right back here. Nintendo Land's coming on. Tubular Jonathan coming back. Zoo. Sure, Zoo probably wishes he was on this episode. But I know he's trying to organize a big show of his own tomorrow. So that should be fun if I can partake in some of that. Then we got Alyssa coming up, Tiger Time, even Fox coming back here, Dave, Mike Odyssey coming back for the first time in a while. We got Kat Bergeson coming back for the first time in forever. It might be his first time ever on the Nintenbyte. That's how long it's been. It's been a long time since Daniel has been on an episode. And we have a new Zelda game coming up, so we had to get him on. New. Tabby coming back, Rogers Base, and so many more. So again, we might have some guests next week that I'm not aware of right now, but thank you guys so much for being here. That was episode 60 of season 3 of the Nintenbyte Podcast. We'll catch you next week.
Later.